Good morning. Good morning, everybody. What an awesome day to have an awesome event. This is Impact Development Foundation first annual um, Counseling Awareness Month event. And I thank God for it. I just wanted to welcome you. And I thank you for coming out this morning. My voice is hoarse, but I'm going to do my best, okay? So today's event is called Taking the Crazy Out of Mental Health. A lot of times people just say, well, he or she is crazy, and that's not the proper word to diagnose what the true issue is. So that's why we're here today, because we want to inform you, educate you on different things, issues, problems that may be with children, your loved one, your husband, your wife, your friends, and you want to know, how can I help them? Or you may be dealing with things yourself and say, hey, how can I help myself? But the first thing we must get is knowledge. So I just want to open up with prayer. Is that okay? So, Father God, we bless you. We thank you for another day, another hour. God, we bless you for our right minds this morning. Hallelujah. We bless you, God, because we know with you all things are possible. There's nothing that we can do without you. So, Father, we ask that you take center stage in this place and that you would open up our minds and develop us, oh God, as we begin to learn and glean from these beautiful speakers that you brought today. We ask that you even go out through the airways, oh God, for those that may be looking in, and that you would touch them in their cars, their homes, on their jobs, God, wherever they may be. When they need help, give them the help they need and give it to them today. In the mighty name of Jesus. God, I ask that you look on the children, because there are a lot of children dealing with difficulties and they don't understand what they're going through. So we ask right now that you would even touch their minds. Hallelujah, their emotions. Hallelujah, settle them in the name of Jesus. Father, we ask that you be in the midst of this place and that you will come in with your mighty, mighty wisdom. Hallelujah, help us to receive. Even those that are on the way, help them to receive. Those that are looking in, help them to receive. Hallelujah. I come against resistance for help in the name of Jesus. And I decree and declare and I prophesy that we would, oh God, open up to your words, that we will hear you. I speak a keen ear to the listeners right now. I even break open, hallelujah, every alabaster box, hallelujah, of those that's been holding back from you. Hallelujah. There are some that just need to release, and that's why they're not balanced, because they don't know who they are spiritually, and therefore it imbalances them. Hallelujah, because they're full and they need to empty out. Hallelujah. So even on this ground today, God, I speak and I decree and I prophesy balance in the name of Jesus. Touch every speaker, oh God. Be with them, oh God. Give them the strength to speak your words. Hallelujah. Give them, oh God, even now, the reoccurrence of the educational words and the knowledge that they've gleaned, oh God. Oh God, let it regurgitate to the people, oh God. Give us all that we need. Fill every cup in the name of Jesus and touch every heart. Hallelujah. Even those, oh God, that's holding back fear, oh God, that from fear, holding back, oh God, because they don't understand who they are, or holding back because this is just what we do in our families. No more. I decree no more. So, Father, we bless you. We thank you, oh God. We honor you. You are our stabilizer. Yes, you are. You are our motivator. You empower us, God. So I ask that you rest in this place. Hallelujah. Rest here, God. Bring your healing oil in this place. I decree fire of healing in the name of Jesus. From the moment that they walk in the door, there's a healing place. Hallelujah. In the name of Jesus. And we bless you. We thank you. We honor you. We trust you. Do you trust him? Hallelujah. We trust him. Hallelujah. We trust you, God. And we decree it done in the name of Jesus. And it is so. Say, be it unto me. Amen. So I bring greetings. I bring greetings from Impact Development Foundation Agency. And I bring greetings from Freedom of Atlanta in the name of Jesus. So there are some awesome speakers. My name is Lolidia Newman. And I am an intern at Impact Development Foundation. I just wanted to introduce myself. I am graduating May 4th. And I'm graduating in Human Service Community Leadership. I want to give. I am a giver. And I want to give back to my community. I want to help. We all need help. Come on in. We all need help. So I want to be the one that said, hey, I have these resources. What do you need? And I want my hands to always do this. If you don't find your hands given, then I want you to start exercising while these speakers are up. Because the word said, give and it shall be given unto who? You. Pressed down, shaken together, and what? Running over. But you got to give first, because I found that in my studies, that when your house is packed, so is your mind. When your house is dirty, so is your mind. When you can't get up, there's something going on in your mind. So if you're not a giver, meaning it doesn't always have to be substance, but I can give a kind word. Oh, you're beautiful. You're handsome. I love your dress. I'm giving out of myself to make someone else happy. You ever go to the store and see someone, oh my goodness, how you doing? What's your name? I saw you from down here and you are beautiful. And they, who, me? You just spoke life to somebody just that quick. And that's ministry. I don't know why people make ministry so hard. Ministry is your words. Come on. It's your personality. It's your smile. You know, because some people, if you don't want to walk up to anybody and they just mean mugging you. But I like mean muggers because I say, hey, how you doing? Your day going all right? You want me to pray for you real quick? You sure? And by the time I leave, they be like, and I be like, there go that smile. So I just want to encourage us that it only take a little bit to help somebody loosen up what's on them. Even through the driveway. How you doing? You was kind of rough back there taking my order. You okay? You sure? You sure? And by the time you leave that window, they be like, thank you for coming. So it's okay to give. You know, when I spoke about that, a lot of times, they say, well, she's crazy. Her house is full. No, she's depressed. You know, she's depressed. Did you talk to her? Did you see if she's doing okay? Did you ask her, can you help her clean up? So that's what we're here for. We're here to say, take that word crazy out of mental health. So I just want to welcome you here. I hope that everything is well with you this morning. If it's not, see me right in the corner. We're going to make it all good, okay? I want to, before I have Dr. Juanita Woodson come up, I would like for my pastor and prophetess, my apostle, can y'all come up and greet the people for me? Let them see your faces. This is Freedom of Atlanta, where you're actually resting here. And they were kind enough to sponsor us today and allow us to use this beautiful, beautiful facility. So I just want you all to greet them, okay? Tell them a little bit about yourself.
Hey, everybody. I'm Prophetess Tiffany Wilson. I think this is such an amazing event. Can we give one more hand clap for Pastor Prophetess Lolidia Newman? I call her Lolita. But this is such a beautiful event, and it's so necessary. This topic is definitely dear to my heart. I have a background in psychology from the University of Connecticut, and I intend on continuing. I was literally talking to Apostle about this in the car, about continuing. Sometimes life happens, and I was in the car telling him, I said, I probably should have had my doctorate by now. And but sometimes when life happens, it'll put you at a standstill. And a lot of times you have so many desires and things that you want to do and aspirations, but the truth of the matter is when life happens, no matter how much you want to, it can strip you of your ambition and it can strip you of your drive. You can have the desire, but you won't have the strength, and you need both. And so I just think that this is a beautiful, there's so many things to even talk about. I was mildly having a conversation with Apostle Juanita at the table, and some things need deliverance and then some things need a discussion. Some things need deliverance, some things need a discussion. Some things like depression, anxiety, right? General anxiety disorder. There are some things, like she said, taking the crazy out of mental health. Some things need pills. Some things need pills, and it don't mean that you're crazy that you're taking pills, right? Because even in culture, we've put a shame on having to have assistance, right? You can go through so many levels, because here's the truth. If you've been through a certain place, you can pray, and it don't be lifted. Nobody wants to talk about that. You can pray about it, cry and get back up and still have knots in your stomach because you're dealing with a strong level of anxiety, and you may need Xanax. You may need an SSRI. You may need something that's going to calm you down until you have the discussion and you feel it lifted. I wouldn't say that pills are for always, but for an interim period, at least for a second. And it's so important that you go to professionals that know what you need. You see the viral clips of pastors just embarrassingly, yelling at people, and we've all seen the cringy clips, and it's like, well, hold on, they are depressed. You slapping a spirit out of them, and it's like they're dealing with a threefold trauma. You can't slap trauma out of somebody saying, ho, yes, hold on. Let's take a second. Let's unpack. And once we unpack, then we can pray. Okay, I'm talking a lot. But it's amen.
Amen. We thank God for Prophetess Tiffany Wilson. Awesome. And again, can we just give honor to this wonderful woman of God, wonderful woman, just period, Lolidia Newman, and this beautiful, beautiful event. It's already amazing. I'm just honored that we are able to house such an event, and we're honored that you have even decided and chose this facility to be a place to demonstrate such level of excellence. One thing that I love about this is that it's not just only spiritual, but it's dealing with the mental capacity, it's dealing with academia, so many things. I think that in the body of Christ, many times we overlook and don't realize how important it is in making the complete person who they are. So we just want to honor you. We just want to salute you. We just want to tell you that we are extremely proud of you. Extremely honored to have you to be a part of this church, this ministry. Come on, those who are representing freedom. And we are shouting all the way from Atlanta to Illinois, EIU, I believe, right? For this wonderful degree that she's going to get. Come on, y'all. Yep. Sanctified and educated. Isn't that awesome? Awesome. So I'm not going to prolong the time. I just want to let you know that we love you and we're so honored. And to all of you, our guests that are here, we thank God for you. And many blessings in Jesus' name.
Come on, put your hands together. Thank you. We love you. Right now, I want to bring up Dr. Juanita Woodson of the Impact Development Foundation Agency. Can you put your hands together for her, please?
It is such an honor to be here today. I'm just so very proud of Lolitia Newman and all of the strides that she has made up until this point. She has been just so amazing as an intern. I believe it was since maybe the summer is when we started. Actually, not the summer. I believe it was in the month of maybe February when we actually began the intern process. And she has been very instrumental, very helpful, and just so insightful and willing to learn new things and willing to take on new roles and new opportunities. So let's just give Lolitia Newman another hand. So very proud of her. And I am Dr. Juanita Woodson. I am the founder and CEO of Impact Development Foundation. It is a nonprofit organization that houses many other organizations, and one of them happens to be Impact Counseling. Many years ago, I suffered with depression. I suffered with a lot of anger, a lot of anxiety, and during that process, I got in quite a bit of trouble. And at the time, the judge, literally, yes, I did have a judge at that time. The judge said, listen, I'm going to court order you to a 6-month anger management class. And I was like, oh, I didn't want to go to a 6-month anger management class. So anyway, I started to go to the class. Toward the end of the class, I broke a rule, and I had to start the class all over again. And here I am, a PK kid, trying to figure out, why was I so angry? Why did I have so much rage? And as cute as I am, I was a little violent. Could you believe that? And so the judge said, yeah, you definitely got to go to anger management class. So at the end of the anger management class, the Lord began to reveal to me, listen, I had you to go through this process because deliverance is not enough every time. So although he was healing me and delivering me and taking me through these spiritual processes, I still had a lot of anger. I had a bad temper and everything else, and it stemmed from childhood trauma. I know that many of you can understand and can attest to the fact that as a child, we don't have control over how we're treated all the time. We don't get to pick and choose where we grow up in our environment and who's our teachers and who we live with and what goes on in the household when mom and dad is not there or when they're not looking. So there was a whole lot of underlying issues that I was dealing with at the time. And so through counseling, right, it was able to come up. They were able to teach me how to handle anger, how to handle when I'm very, very upset, disappointed, and I want to pop somebody. So they helped me understand. Okay, it's just my testimony, right? So it just helped me to understand that there are other ways to deal with how you feel. How we feel and our emotions can affect others in such a negative, life-changing, life-altering way. It's just not okay, right? And so as I came through the program, years down the road, I eventually changed my major to psychology and counseling. The same agency ended up calling me, the director, and saying, listen, would you mind being the director of our program? Wow. We see that you have made so many strides, so many changes, and you're impacting people everywhere. We would love for you to come back and be our CEO. I ended up going and being the CEO of the court-ordered program that I had to take to overcome my anger. So I'm a living witness that your pain can pay you. And that your test is your testimony, right? And your mess is your message. And so ever since then, it's been over 25 plus years that I have begun to do counseling. And when we first started off our first agency, so I want to read just a little bit about the agency And I just wanted to encourage some of you and those that may be watching this later, it doesn't matter where you start, it matters where you end. Okay? Sometimes we're going to have to talk to somebody. So at Impact Development Foundation, our heartfelt mission revolves around extending a helping hand to families that are navigating difficult circumstances. Rooted in the timeless ethos of community support and the timeless teachings of kindness and generosity, which are found in the Bible, we stand as a beacon of hope for those in need. Since our inception in 2008, we have steadily grown from humble beginnings to become a cornerstone of both local and global family support initiatives. At the heart of Impact Counseling lies a commitment to not only offer therapeutic interventions, but also equipping individuals with the tools, knowledge, and resilience needed to overcome adversity and to reclaim their lives. We firmly believe that every person, regardless of their past experiences, deserves the opportunity to lead a fulfilling and meaningful life. So our dedicated team of counselors and volunteers work tirelessly to provide a holistic approach to healing, which is addressing not only the immediate challenges faced by the families, but also the underlying issues that contribute to their distress. Through personalized therapy sessions, educational workshops, and community outreach programs, we strive to empower individuals and families to break free from cycles of trauma and crisis. So furthermore, our unwavering commitment to integrity ensures that every interaction, whether with clients, partners, or stakeholders, is grounded in honesty, transparency, and respect. So we recognize the inherent worth and dignity of every individual we serve, and it is the fundamental principle that guides our work each and every day. So at Impact Development Foundation, our vision is not merely to offer temporary relief, but to foster lasting transformation, one family at a time. Amen. So right now, we are going to move forward. We have a phenomenal speaker that is going to come and present for us today. There will be a Q&A session after she has completed her session. We have Mrs. Amy O'Neill, who is a licensed professional counselor and a professional school counselor with 20 years of experience. She has worked with both adults and children. She has been a BetterHelp therapist, which serves diverse clientele with different mental, emotional, and behavioral difficulties. She graduated from Georgia State University with a master's in education in school counseling. She is a national board certified counselor and a nationally certified counselor. She has been working for the Gwinnett School Counseling, the schools in Gwinnett County since 2016, and she is a board member of Nothing But the Truth Ministry. So her speaking synopsis, she speaks on issues of mental health, building support in schools, and connections in the community for mental health. Mental health issues have been on the rise in the school setting since COVID. And so these issues, which include anxiety, depression, and ADHD, have impacted students' academic performance. So she has been implementing her skills and her know-how in those arenas. So without further ado, we would like to introduce to some and present to others, Mrs. Amy O'Neill.
All right, so I'm used to speaking to children every day. In fact, I have two of my favorite young ladies in the back, and I want to kind of tell you a little bit about the connections that brought me here today. First things first, I love being a counselor. I love being in the education field and working with children. People tell me every day, well, why do you want to work with kids? And I'm not talking about kids, I'm talking about little elementary kids. I could have chosen elementary, middle school, high school, but we know the foundation and where kids are impacted the most is in their formative years. the formative years where we can help make a difference. And so being able to do that, and also working with children before COVID hit and seeing the changes of what's happened to them after COVID, it's been a tremendous hurt. It has been hard on everybody, from the community to the teachers to parents, but most importantly to the kids. And I love it because, you know, as an educator and working in the schools, I can't do my job without the families, those children's parents, those children's grandparents, aunties, uncles, cousins. We want the whole family to join with me. And I was able to actually do that with Lydia Newman and her young girls, Adela and Adea. I have worked with them since they've been at Alcova, and I've seen them grow to be beautiful 5th grade girls. And yes, it's a beautiful thing, y'all. And I love being able to do that because I loop with my kids, and not every school counselor does that. But I take them from their grade level, and I move up every year with them until they go on to middle school. And there's a purpose and a reason for that. We get a chance to completely bond with their families. We get a chance to completely bond with the kids. And it's just not something that you take lightly when you do that. You can't come in and just throw out an intervention if you don't know who you're working with. So I love that. There are some wonderful things. We were just having a conversation in a parent conference, and there was conversation had, and I knew she was working at school, and I knew she was striving to get into the field of counseling and development and working and impact in the community. And so we just had that conversation, and knowing her and knowing that because we build a relationship with families, you can have a conversation. Not all the time will you find that in an education setting where logos and words get thrown out and difficult interactions that have to happen. And so with that being said, she invited me here, and I'm like, yeah, I'll be there. Because I truly feel like it's not just about working and in a vacuum. It's about working in partnership. It's about building relationships with families and the community, and that's how we see our children grow. So with that, I was very blessed in being able to do that. And a little bit of background about myself, as you've seen the things that I've done. I was raised in a family that was a very blessed family as we grew, but I came from very humble beginnings. I came from a single parent mom. I came from a family where my grandmother raised me for the first couple of years of my life. And then my mother was able to go back to school and get her master's degree, and she became a professional school social worker. And I was raised with a family of women and men who felt that education was the way for your future. And because that was the calling in my family, I was able to push that calling to children and how important education is for them. And so with that being said, those humble beginnings, they grew. And education was my opportunity to be able to move forward. And then taking that back into the community. Our school at Alcova in Tequila, Georgia, which probably are like, where's that at? But we were the first elementary school, and I was able to contact and work with Nothing But the Truth Ministries in Gwinnett County. And they are a small organization that felt like we weren't going to be able to educate children without meeting their physical, their social, their emotional needs first. So they reached out to me and said, okay, Miss O'Neill, what do your kids need? And I said, they need to eat. They're hungry. Their brains cannot function. Their brains cannot focus on learning if you don't feed them. And we are a Title I school. And I don't know about a lot of you, but Gwinnett County, they have very few, but it's growing. And we were the only Gwinnett County school in the Decula cluster that was Title I for over 10 years. Wow. So people looked at that school as the school that's impoverished. And we're like, oh no, we get federal dollars. That means we are doing way better. But the image of a Title I school is that of less. So in order to do that, we wanted to put our school on the map, but we can't do that unless we put the kids on the map. So advocating for kids in the years that I've been in education and in counseling has been my number one goal. My job is to show that children are like an iceberg. And when you see the little bit that's on the top of children's behaviors and how they act, and what you see is nothing compared to what's underneath the water. What's under the surface of a child gives you the true understanding of who they really are. And when people, teachers, educators, and I will say in our field, when they see children, they do not see the whole child. That's what mental health counselors see. That's what your families see. And bridging the gap between the fear of a family being able to share the whole child to a school of people who look at you and expect differently, especially in our Black and brown communities. And they look at you and they assume things about you. And so with the mental health lens and having school counselors who see the whole child, our job is to advocate for that child and show the whole child to everybody that sees them and know that they can succeed. They can succeed. But it can't happen without starting off with the community. It can't happen without starting with the family members. It can't happen without building the bridge of mental health resources and therapists, doctors, people that you may not even know have experiences without talking to them and being able to say, yeah, you have something that you can bring to the table to help our kids. And that's where we are. So with that being in mind, Nothing But the Truth Ministries, my opportunity for them was please feed them. So they did. They were able to give food bags for children that were at risk, and they fed them a big old bag of, you name it, snacks, chips, microwavable mac and cheese, canned goods, things that kids can open up themselves and put in the microwave and eat. They expanded, so we were the first school. We started off with 10 bags every week, 10 bags every week. Then I brought that out to a lot of other school counselors and said, hey, this is working at our school. These kids are getting fed. I'm able to say, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, while we're working on this, let's try this next. So it bridged the gap between being able to have a conversation with parents that know that if I'm willing to feed your child on the weekends and support you, then maybe you can trust me a little bit, that we can talk about a little bit more. And that's when that conversation moves into other things. So with that being in mind, we are the first school, and in Gwinnett County, we now have 68 elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools that have this food program that helps children, not only in Gwinnett County, but we have that in Clayton County schools. So Clayton County has their own Nothing But the Truth Ministries that feed Clayton County schools, and in Barrow County schools. So we're moving forward, and it starts small. It starts with an idea, just like you have your ideas. What can we do? What can we try? And it moves forward. And none of this can happen without the glory of God and the strength and the power that he gives you. Because I will tell you, without being led by the Spirit of the Lord, I wouldn't be able to do anything in schools. I asked to be led to see, have a vision to hear, and have some wisdom and understanding to be able to see not just the whole child, but to see their families for who they are. Because we all come to the table with things we come to the table with issues. We come to the table with needs that can't be met unless we communicate to each other. And that's not going to happen unless we build trust. You got to build trust, and you've got to be able to reach out, and you've got to be open enough to hear what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, what we need to fix, and be willing to work on it. So that's just a little bit about where I have been led, and I'd like to be able to start off with just talking a little bit about our title. Please excuse me, sometimes I get crazy with my PowerPoint, but the reason why I really wanted to hit building support in schools and connections with mental health, I do that every day. I reach out and I get community support. We were able to, not just in our school, but other schools, to be able to have community support mental health come into our school and actually do therapy in our building, because we know families may not be able to have the time to go and get therapy. They may not be able to get off work and say, hey, let's now get off work and let me take you here, take you there. Some families can do that, but not a lot of families can. So we're able to bridge that gap, and you might find some connections that you might have to be able to bridge the gap too. So I want you to know this is a safe space. We're going to have some conversations, and I'm going to be asking you to kind of open up and think about yourselves. We're going to have some talk in turn moments, so I hope that you are in a safe place that you might be able to share a little bit of your experiences as a child. And we'd like to be able to, we're going to have some moments, we're going to watch some video activities, and we're going to reflect on those, just for you to know that that's kind of the way I do things at school, and I teach my kids, and I figure we can do that as adults too. So let's go ahead and get started. I wanted you to see some sweet faces. These are the wonderful types of children that I work with every day. And I know that they all look that sweet sometimes, and they're just so cute. Oh, but then we get the other part of children too, right? And we know those sweet faces come with a lot of different emotions. They are bundled up inside, and boy, they got to go somewhere. And typically, we start off the day by seeing something that's going on with this child we don't quite know, but we know it's going to be either a great day or, oh, hold on to your hats. We got a lot to do today. So with that being in mind, let's think in terms of you. Think about your elementary school days. Oh, that's going way back for me. But think about your first experience as an elementary student. What was your first memory? If you could, talk in turn to someone and kind of tell them, what was your first memory of school? What was that like? What did that look like for you? Now, I'll give you about a minute to do that. All right. And I'm going to come around, if you wouldn't mind, see if there's anybody would like to share a memory. If you would, raise your hand. I'll come by to you. Yes, ma'am.
For me, it's gonna sound kind of funny, but the cafeteria, for some reason, because that's where we socialize the most. You know, in elementary school, I didn't have a great, elementary experience, but I always remember the cafeteria because I think for me, I was kind of looking for a place to belong. So every day I would come to the cafeteria trying to see who was going to accept me to sit with. So that's kind of what I remember.
That's a very good point, and I feel like it's the same way even today. Any other experiences? Aha. We have one who's presently. You want to share what your experiences are? Oh. Come on, Adea. Come on.
So, my experiences with school in elementary school is really great. The people are nice and stuff, and they aren't too rude. And the teachers are hilarious. Um, the teachers be like, um, being nice with the students, and it's just really funny, um, lighthearted, I guess.
One of my earliest memories, I think it was kindergarten. We had a vocabulary parade, so we had to dress up as a word, and I chose cupcake. And I had walked around my whole entire school dressed as a cupcake, and I had got the name Cupcake Girl for the rest of my years in elementary school. It was a positive thing. It was very funny. Some kids didn't even know my name, but it was still funny.
I love it. So we had some younger kids in present elementary school and middle school.
So I have a few memories from elementary school, but I'll go to the other end of the spectrum. So one of my first negative experiences, I was in second grade, and I knew that my teacher was racist. And I just remember experiencing like being treated different, and there were other black and brown students in my class, but I was really smart, and I didn't know that at the time, that like my test scores were high and things like that. And she would give me such a hard time, and I still remember her name, and I'd be like, "Mrs., you're just racist." And I went to the office, and the black secretary in the office was like, like she know, they know. So they called my mom, and my mom like always stood by us, so she looked into what was going on, and it turns out I was just too smart for her class, and they didn't really like that. So I ended up switching schools, and for the rest of my elementary career, I was in the next grade up class, like an advanced class, and I never saw her again. But I just remember distinctly like, yeah, this is spirit on you, ma'am, in second grade. So it taught me, like in hindsight, these teachers will lie on the kids, and they will, you have to use wisdom and discernment, and listen to your kids, and go to bat for them.
I agree. You're right. Positive experiences, negative experiences, they really bring things to the table for you, and they stay with you.
This was like back in like second grade. I came into the class, Miss Taylor. She when I walked into the class, we instantly connected because like, you know what I'm saying? But like when I met the kids, like like when it was like during COVID, you know what I'm saying? Like Miss Taylor was doing some funny stuff because she was like, Kingston, no. Bryson, no. And it was so funny. But like, when I went to the school, she was like really nice, and we instantly connected.
And what about now, even to this day? You still go by her room, still check in with her, right? So thank you for sharing. We have another gentleman. Thank you. We need to have a young man's opinion.
Top of the afternoon, everyone. All right, so I'm from Chicago, and yes, Chi-Town. So my experience was, it was a lot of gang activity, and being young, I did not know that the reason why a lot of the children turned to gangs is because being in impoverished communities, low-income housing, many times their father wasn't present, and so they wanted a sense of culture and community and family, and they found that in the gangs. So even in junior high, I went to a junior high school, these little dudes were in gangs, and they were repping it hard. So it was tough for the teachers. I remember one teacher, she lost it. She literally lost it. And you couldn't reprimand children, not in the public school. We ended up going to a Catholic school, and then a Christian school for high school. But it was a lot, not funny, but a lot of them couldn't read. So the teacher, one of the teachers, I think she was a little racist as well, she would call on this guy named Jimmy because she knew he couldn't read. And Jimmy was a tough kid, so we didn't laugh at him because Jimmy was tough, he'd hit you or whatever. So even though it was comical, we held it in. It was tough when you're a children to keep that in. But at that time, there was like, what was it called, PTA. So there's like no PTA really, right? So the kids couldn't go home and say, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, can you help me, with my lesson or with my homework or whatever. So now you're not doing it at home, so that's being personified when you get to school. So you don't have your work, you don't have your assignment, you don't know what the next lesson is, and you can barely read. And the real problematic situation was they were passing children on because they were problematic. Just get them out of my class. They still do that. And now I was remarking to someone Sunday that a 64 is a B now in Chicago. They just want to get the kids out because they're problematic. A 64 is a B. Yeah, it was like a D plus when I was there, but like a D minus or something. Yeah. But in the event you were a pleasant child, they would kind of curve it a little bit. But a 64 is a B. What are you gonna do? You're gonna get to college. You're not gonna get that much curving. High school, So it was troublesome. Gratitude at the time.
That's a great. Oh, hey, yes, sir.
Yeah, but I went to school in Richmond, Virginia. And unlike Alexis experienced in his, it was the racism, but my issue was that was the first time I noticed that white children was different. Because in the cold winter months, right, and the black parents always bundled our children up, sweaters, coats, and jackets. And in these summer months when it was very cold, like in the teens sometime, in the 20s, they'd be running around with no coats on and no gloves or anything. And I know about the interracial reaction, but that was the only time that we had contact with white kids, because I went to elementary school in the 70s. But that's when I really knew they were different. Not getting into the other aspects, because she addressed that and he addressed it, so I'm gonna leave that alone.
Go ahead.
So in response to your comment about in Chicago, a 64 being a B is insane, because where our kids go to middle school, they go to the #1 school in our county, and anything below a 70 is an F. It's a very thin margin. There's A, B, C, F. There's no D. And you can tell the difference between schools that are very highly funded, got a lot of certain demographic. It's way more rigorous. Even their food is different. So I don't know if you all have ever gone to like a Delta Lounge. You have grab and go. If you're like quickly going through, these kids got grab and go breakfast. If you get there like a few minutes before class starts, you can just go grab your breakfast and eat it in your class. A full biscuit, sausage, all of that. And so I have a friend whose daughter goes to a different school in the same county, and they just get like little corn dogs for breakfast. Totally different, but it's the same county, so they know, yeah. And then to Warren's point, I actually went to school in Virginia too, in Richmond, for one semester. I think there was less than 5% of the kids in the school were black. They drove Range Rovers, Benzes, all of that. And it was the first time I saw blackface in high school. Like it was Spirit Week, and this white guy came dressed as Kanye West, painted black from head to toe. The big chain, the this and that. And I was like, why does he look so weird? I had never seen anything like that in my life. And I was like, is that his, I remember his name. And now he's a realtor, and he tried to connect with me on Facebook. Don't play with me. So anyway, the school actually got outed in a national newspaper, because the teachers were doing watermelon costumes. They got outed recently. But it was the first time I saw blackface, and I didn't know what I was 16, maybe 17, but I actually didn't know what it was until I was like 25. I was like, that's what that was. Wow. And it just, because I had never seen anything crazy like that. So depending on where you live, and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, because I really feel like our experiences, they're part of who we are, right? They make up our thought process. They impact our behavior. Sometimes, and I will say currently, sometimes depending on your teacher, it labels who you are. Test scores label who you are. And so when we talk about people who can help you build relationships and advocate for children, that's why they're so important. To be able to connect other people, community, building those connections to help to break down those barriers so that maybe your elementary child gets the same advantage as other elementary children in the next county or in the next school over. All of those things are so important to be able to raise the whole child. So knowing your fondest memories and now remembering them still to this day, sometimes to the very name of your teacher, think about how that early developmental part of your life has stuck with you. Knowing that, and knowing that when 2020, March 2020, I'll never forget that week when everything shut down. No school, mask, social distancing, no touching. We went to digital. And I will tell you, it impacted everybody in this world. But most importantly, it impacted our kids. It impacted our kids. So I want to kind of bring you to that moment so you can kind of relive that.
Another great milestone in this pandemic, and as so many of our lives remain upended, we take a look now at how these uncertain times are impacting our children. Experts say the virus plus the isolation of virtual learning and social distancing from their friends all create a recipe for anxiety and depression. ABC's Ariel Reshef has this report.
Why do you feel mad, Bucklet? Because of this pandemic thing. They're feelings so many kids are experiencing during these highly unusual times. 9-year-old Anderson Fields, one of an estimated 4.4 million children nationwide coping with anxiety amid the COVID-19 pandemic, and 1.9 million dealing with depression. I want my kids to be okay. Disruptions to daily life, school by screen, mask mandates, throwing off routines and throwing families for a loop. The youngest generation navigating the isolation and uncertainty of this new normal. Childhood anxiety already on the rise prior to the pandemic. According to recent studies, there has been a 17% jump in anxiety diagnoses in children 17 and younger over the past 10 years. And Dr. Dave Anderson of the Child Mind Institute says the current crisis is accelerating this trend.
So the research that we do have available during the pandemic indicates, stark increases across the entire population in anxiety and depression symptoms.
New Jersey mom Nishay Clark says she's seeing a clear impact on her 13-year-old daughter Taylor and her 9-year-old son Anderson. Her youngest still struggling like so many others to adjust to all of this change.
My kid definitely needs structure, a lot of structure. And it's hard to create structure and work and get him through online school and manage his emotions and manage my emotions. It's just tough. And he's 9 years old. And how is he supposed to process all of this? Friends socially distance at, a little backyard gathering, and he just kind of froze. And he said a scary thought went through his head. And, I went to hug him, and his heart was beating out of his chest. And I had to hold him for a little while. He said, the world's really scary right now.
And the Clarks are not alone. Nishay is part of a network of families.
All right, so just want to put that in your mind. And also to think about how that impacted you and your family. Knowing that that's just one child, one family, and that hit everyone. It hit the kids, their family. It hit the teachers, and the teachers have family. It hit counselors who are also impacting with new demand of new clients coming in the building. It hit everyone. So, oh, sorry about that. Some that happens to me sometimes when I have to get back to my slide. Okay. So now, I'm going to give you a couple of statistics, which I know you're already probably hearing a lot of it from the first video, but, you know, we're post-COVID now. And, you know, it took us a while to come out of that, and you know what it took. But knowing that we already had mental health issues in children, and now it's at a full-time high. And we know that when children were remote, they were isolated, they didn't have a lot of connections. They were trying to learn through a screen. And I was teaching through a screen. And I will tell you, it was unimaginable. I had 20 little kids all on a screen looking at me, and I'm looking at them, and I'm in my office at school, and they're at home, and I'm having to listen, pay attention, turn on your mic. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can I hear you? Why are your pajamas on? Put the blanket off of your head. Do you hear me? All those things happening at the same time. And then that next year we went to hybrid. Some families chose to keep their children home. It was great. And then other children's families decided to bring them in. Then I had 10 little children on the screen, and I had the rest of the kids right out there in front of me. So I'm talking to them. I'm moving around to you. I'm going back. Oh, wait a minute. Stop. Put your screen back on. And I'm coming back out here to you. And children are screaming, and they're upset, and they're sad, and I'm trying to do. Oh, my goodness. So now let's think about the teachers. All right. So now you got the teachers in the middle of this. They're frustrated. They've been told to act like nothing ever happened with COVID. Your grades are still, you're accountable for their grades no matter what happens. All right? You're accountable for their attendance online. You're accountable for the kids that are here. And you put them all together. Then you still have those unpredictable routines. And there we have the shortage of what do I do for families who have lost their jobs during COVID? How do we help them? How do we help families who've lost loved ones during COVID? I lost 3 family members during COVID. I'm sure many of you lost, if not some, but more. And still put on that face, still go to school, still work hard. All of those things are happening, and still think about kids at the same time. So let's think in terms of age groups and the types of mental disorders that we're seeing. So we have 29% of U.S. high school students, parents and caregivers that reported that their families lost their job. 55 of those children, percentage-wise, they were in a home where there was nothing else going on except for stress. So that meant emotional abuse, sometimes physical abuse, domestic violence happening. And there was no counselor that you could talk to. I will tell you there were DFACs. They did not go into the homes during COVID. They did not. So when we had families that we were worried about and concerned about, they would just get them on FaceTime. You think they're going to be able to see what's really going on in that home? Not at all. And then you have counselors who see what's going on, and they're trying to figure how to get help. And so, like me, I'm calling therapists, I'm calling mental health people, and they're full. We're full. They're full. There's nobody that will take a child from 2 to 8 years old. Oh, but we'll take a 13-year-old. Oh, but we can't do that. But we can take them to the hospital. But you take them to the ER, they're not going to see your kids. Or if you take them to a mental hospital, then, oh, I'm not taking my kid to a mental hospital. You got to be kidding me. So all those things were happening during that time. And if you look on the screen there, small print, but 6 to 11, depression, 6 years old. 3 to 5-year-olds, depression. Then we have, anxiety in 3 to 5-year-olds. Now, I will tell you, if you work in pre-K, 3 to 5-year-olds do not say, I'm feeling anxious. They're going to show you. They're going to scratch. They're going to scream. They're going to hit. They're going to bite. They're going to be upset. 6 to 6 to 11-year-olds still might be able to communicate some things, but they may not know what it is they're communicating. Then you have the 12 to 17-year-olds, and they're going to be the cutters. They're going to be the ones who are suicidal. They're getting online because that's all you have is to get online, and you can look up how to kill yourself. You can. It'll walk you through. There are Facebook forums that will support you to do it. There are opportunities for you to be able to know how you hide all the things you look up on so your parents can't see it. There are so many opportunities that kids are so isolated they have no help. They're not going to tell their parents, I'm sad. Their parents are sad. They're not going to tell their parents that they're depressed. Their parents are depressed. So with that being said, who helps them? And it starts with our community. It starts with the community. So another statistic, 1 in 6 children, 2 to 8, all of those mental disorders. That's a lot of little babies there coming to school, or maybe not even coming to school at all. So now let's talk about the trauma, because we've already heard that some of you may have already experienced trauma. You talked about school being sometimes a negative part of your life. That can impact trauma. So ACEs, it was a study for adverse childhood experiences, and that study showed that there's a direct link between your mental health and how it's impacted by your experiences in a young age. It impacts your physical health, and we talked a little bit about physical impacts. Heart disease, wow, that's deep, that your mental health can impact heart disease. We're talking about depression. We're talking about being a victim of violent crime. You're more susceptible if you've had a trauma in childhood to be a victim of violent crime or to be the person who is hurting other people, all right? Arthritis, you think about that. How many of our black and brown families have arthritis? And you think about, gout, all those things. It didn't just come out of the blue. What is somatic, what is in the mind, impacts the body. It impacts the heart. It impacts every part of you. And when you talk about how do I fix it, yeah, we're going to come to the church for help. And a lot of us have. And we also know we have to do other things too, because the church can be there for you, and that's where you can get support. You might have a church that has mental health professionals in your church. What a great community that would be. You might be in a church that has some doctors or some dentists or some nurses that are in the church. That's where you start. You connect. You get communication. You talk about it. And maybe, hopefully, prayerfully, that it is an open environment where you can share. So you just don't come up to the prayer altar and pray, but when you leave the prayer altar, you have somebody saying, hey, let's talk. I'm going to call you. I'm going to check on you. I'm going to see if you're okay. That's what our community, our churches should be about. Because there are some negative thoughts that we think about ourselves when we have these mental health issues. And I know that, we're going to have some more discussions on that, but it does impact us. So let's talk about the main ways that a child can have trauma. There's physical abuse. And I will tell you, the spoon was real. The belt was real. When I was a kid, my grandmother, God rest her soul, would make me go pick the stick off of the rose bush. And I picked up the small one. You go back and get the other one. So that wasn't abuse. That was just to get your mind right, fix it, right? And then we go further. And abuse then, it was just the way it was. You just dealt with it. And now, sometimes parents can't even touch their child, right? Can't even put your hand on your child, and there's a fear of those things. So there's not a middle balance between helping children that need discipline. Oh, they need it. because kids need structure. And I will tell you, I will tell them, and I will say, you know what, hon? You got a pow pow when you got home? Your mom can do that. She just can't leave a bruise. I will tell you that. I tell my kids that at school all the time. Don't take the power away from your parents. Your parents can help you to get your mind right, to fix your life. All right? So, it's important to be able to know the balance. But I will tell you, as an advocate for children, I have to help teachers to know what is the balance between our black and brown families, that is how they're raised and that's how they work with their children too. Because not everybody knows that. Not everybody knows that. And not every school and every educator knows that. So when you have counselors who know those things, then I advocate for not just the kids, but I advocate for the parents. Hey, Mom, it was a little too hard on your baby today. And I know you were frustrated, because I can get that. Let's figure out a different way to figure this out, right? Because it feels like to me that that's not working anymore. Let's try something different. But you don't always have counselors who do that. But I tell you, you can find someone who can support you. And that's where churches and communities and impact foundations, all of those, everybody is connected in that way. So we know, of course, sexual abuse is a trauma. We know that physical abuse, but emotional neglect is simply just not being connected with your child enough to know that they're hurting, that they are hungry, that they need to be fed. We have some families that just can't put themselves together, let alone put their kids together. But you got to understand that doesn't make them a bad person. It just makes them have a need that's greater than most. And when you think about it that way, you think about, how can I help you? Because when you're helping those kids, you're helping your future. So now, ACEs, moving on into the household, family dysfunctions. And I'll go down the list, and I can think about that in my own families. Mothers who witnessed abuse, children who were in the family who witnessed their mothers being hurt. That is a trauma. Addicted family members. You see that addicted family member, they may come in, may go. That's seeing that as a trauma. A family member that's incarcerated, that can be a trauma. Now say, I'm gonna designate it. It doesn't mean it will be, but it can be. Family members with mental illness, those can be a trauma. Let's go into the academic gaps. And I'm just gonna share, I'm gonna bring the picture before we go to the hope. But we have to put the whole picture together. So now the kids are back to school, and we've got some academic gaps. 4.1 months of learning is missing in reading. 4.5 months of math gaps from COVID. That's huge. So if you think about kids are in school for 9 months, that's almost half of their school year, okay? So then you impact that one school year, and then you have the second post-COVID year, right? And then the third post-COVID year, which was last year. That's when we decided, we're gonna test them again. We're gonna do and you're gonna have a promotion if you don't get it, right? That's what kids are dealing with. So then you go from 4 months, the next year it's gonna be 8 months. The next year it's going to be 11 months. That's the gap that we're having to close in elementary school, let alone middle school, and high schoolers who were poor 8th graders who had to go into 9th grade at COVID, which is your formative years of socializing and being able to make friends. That impact is huge. So then we have the impacts of academic performances. We're talking about mental health issues, which we discussed, but one thing we didn't discuss is ADHD. A child's academic focus, their focus and attention is not there. If I'm trying to get their attention on the computer and then I'm trying to get their attention in face-to-face, there's a focus and attention issue. And that is a biological, chemical issue. It is in the brain. That is nothing that happens with a cold. You don't catch it. You might be born with it. It could be a family thing, but it is your individual body's chemical misconnect, and it has to be looked at in a neurological way. So their ability to concentrate, and not just concentrate, but retain the information the teacher gave them, and remember it and bring it to the next day, and bring it to the next day, and bring it to the next day, and then take a test in 2 weeks and remember what you learned. And then you go to third grade from second grade, and then you have to remember what you learned second grade, and you add on to that. And I will tell you, first and second graders are doing what used to be fifth and sixth graders. They're doing algebra. They're doing shapes and dimensions. In kindergarten, you need to be a reader. All right? And in fifth grade, I'll tell you, because my daughter over there, I could not do her math. It was a totally different way to do math. It is not the same, and I will tell you, it will never be the same. They want you to show your work, and we're not talking about just, it's not about the multiplication tables. It's 10 frames. And you take your 10 frames, and then you take them and you use them to multiply. And then you show your work in a word problem. So if your child can't read, how are they going to be able to do a word problem for math? Right? There's the amen corner of my kids back there, right? You know that. They know it. They know it. And then every 20 minutes, sometimes 45 minutes, those kids are moving from one subject to the next. So you're just getting started with your work. Time to stop. Now we're going to move on to reading. But I didn't get it. Sorry. You take it home. All right? That's what happens with kids. And so you have a kid who is having a hard time concentrating, or they're thinking about home and they're hungry, and they know before they got there, their mom was upset, or maybe she had to go to work early because she's got an early shift. And I didn't get to see mom before I got up to come to school. And now they want me to do math? What? And then I didn't get done with it, and then you want me to move on? Then we see social relation. Let me move down, because then this is where we see the behaviors, right? So kids who are impulsive, kids who can't move, transition from one thing to the next very fast. And then we've had that disruption in learning. They need to put their upset feelings somewhere. But in education, we expect them to sit in a chair for 20 minutes and don't get up and move. And then the ones we do know have ADHD, we do let them get up and move, but then they got to go back and sit down, and they don't catch a break, right? And so then they have to take their medicine, and some days they forget. Parents forget medication. Sometimes parents say, I don't want my child on medication, and it's okay. Not all children have to be on medication. And I will tell you that there are other ways to support kids that have ADHD. There are natural ways, or homeopathic ways. There are diets. There's behavior modification, how you structure your home life and school life, and how you communicate to your child, and the brain breaks you give them. All those things make a difference. On top of, I would say, the beauty cocktail of an ADHD student that gets the best support is behavior modification, therapy, parenting support, and then medication is the ice cream on the top, right? Those are the most successful, and consistency throughout their lives. So then we have the behavior, and then you have a classroom of 5 or 6 kids in the classroom who are falling out of their chairs and pitching a fit, and they need a hug. They don't need you to put them in a room. There's no room. Some schools are full. No one has time. Teachers don't have time to give you a hug. They have to get this lesson in, because they're going to be evaluated tomorrow by the principal, and they better get it right. The principal doesn't care if you have a bad kid. You better fix the kid and teach at the same time. Wow. All right? Get it done. Get it done, or you're not a good teacher. So then we have all of those things happening in behavior. Then the decline of social relationships. Kids don't know how to be a friend. They have not learned that. You imagine a kindergartner during COVID where you learn about friendship and holding hands and sharing, and you don't give them that for 2 years. And now they're second graders, they haven't learned how to share. They haven't learned how to sit next to someone and how to, what happens when my leg touches their leg and, oh my God, you hit me. It's a big deal. Yeah, big deal. So what do? Oh my goodness. So you got the social decline and the lack of interactions. All right. And social relationships, making a friend. What do I do when I have a conflict? All right. When I want to get on the swing, you want to get on the swing, well, what are you going to do? I'm just going to push you off the swing because I went it first. That's how it worked. So those are some things that we're teaching kids in school, and we're doing it with a lot of little bodies in one room, right? So that's happening, and then you have that child with trauma who's not going to listen to what you have to say because they are not thinking about you, school, or anything. They're in survival mode. They are, if you get near me, if you touch me, you are my enemy. I will hurt you because I've been hurt, right? So then you want to get on the swing. You're getting on that swing. You don't care who is in front of you. Somebody's getting off that swing, right? And then when the teacher has to help the child because they're hurting other kids, and then you've got parents of, my kid got bit today? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, all of those things are happening in a little petri dish of an elementary school. And we haven't even hit the middle school and high school, right? So that's why I say elementary is the formative years, and all of those things have been impacted by COVID. So attendance and engagement, we talked about that. Let's talk about the family dynamics. And this is where mental health is important, because when I say family dynamic, I will tell you not everybody's family knows that mental health is as important as others, right? That's not how our family operates. We don't go to school telling your home business. Don't do that. You know, what happens with Uncle Johnny stays at this house. We don't go tell everybody that. But can I tell you, they tell everything. And I always tell the parents, I only listen to half of what they say, right? And I don't listen to that because I know there's a whole story that I have no idea about, and they just tell me the one part that they remember, which is probably way more than that. So when we're talking about parents experiencing guilt that I didn't have enough to give enough to my family, to my children during COVID, they're frustrated because they know their kids need help, but they don't know where to go. They don't have the resources. They may not even have a car to get there, right? A lot of mental health services are mainly in the suburban areas in Fulton County, Gwinnett County, but when you go to Barrow, Clayton County, good luck, because the mental health services are so very little there in other areas. So we're asking a family that lives in Decatur to go to Atlanta to get mental health services, really? That's gonna be help. Oh, and get there before 6 o'clock and the traffic is bad. And then come back and feed your kids and come back and get the homework done and come back and do it again. Okay, that's gonna work. And then there's the stigma of, well, why don't you get your child the help they need? Well, what is wrong with you? Well, I don't have any insurance, all right? My child doesn't have any insurance, and they're not taking anybody that doesn't get covered with insurance. So then we have to find mental health services that help families that are not covered. And then you might have to be on a sliding scale fee with that group. Hopefully, there are mental health community areas that will let you do sliding scale fee. There you go. That's the community. That's what we're talking about, who allow you to pay by the month or something like that. That is so good. It's so helpful. But then you have school counselors who don't know that we have family members who can do that. We have parents who don't know that there are services there. And that's where the connection has to be. That's where the community, that's where the church is. That's where we come together, right? Because what we don't know, we can't do. And that's part of the issue. So then the family knows they need help, and the teachers keep pounding and pounding about, you need to get Johnny help. They need to get tested, they need to get tested, but you don't know that the schools can do that testing for you, right? And nobody told me that. Nobody told me if I have a child that's diagnosed that they can get a 504 plan. And that's a federally mandated plan that says my child has accommodations for testing and extra time and small breaks. And that has to be reviewed every year because it is a law. So that's where our community comes into play. That's where we make connections with people who know, who can support you. And if they don't know, they're going to find out, and they're going to follow up with you, and they're going to get you the answers that you need. So now, with that being said, how do school counselors meet that need? Well, I will tell you that, number one, in the state of Georgia, we are supposed to have one school counselor per 250 students. And I work with only 2nd and 5th grade students at Alcova, and my caseload is 550 per one counselor. And we have a large school. Alcova has 1,500 plus students. And that's just one elementary school in Gwinnett. There are many more. We're lucky at our school to have 3 full-time counselors. We're still overloaded, though. So how do we meet the needs of all those kids and help the teachers and support the administrators and help the parents on top of that? Well, the good thing about it is we get resources in Gwinnett. That's the good thing. But not all schools, not all counties get those resources, right? We're given fabulous resources. I mean, you name it, we ask for it, we get it. But that's not the case everywhere, right? But I want you to know that with some schools, and if you don't see these things that we're talking about that your school counselors aren't doing, then you advocate that they do it, okay? Sometimes it takes the mighty voice of a parent to make things happen. So, most schools have mental health assessments your child can have. Now, I need your support, though, because remember, some families don't believe that mental health assessments are good. And psycho-ed testing is not always fair either for our Black and brown children. It's not been normed for Black and brown. It's been normed for white families, white children. So you have to take all the testing you get with a grain of salt, please, because not everything's perfect. So if one mental health assessment doesn't work or you don't see, get another one, get another one. This is just an open door for a little piece of the puzzle for your child. You're not going to get the whole picture until you get a full psychological evaluation. And when we hear psychological evaluation, sometimes our families think something's wrong with my kid. And nothing's wrong with my kid. They don't do this at home. I don't know why they're doing that for you. It's your problem. Something you did. What did you do wrong? There's breaking the gap, bridging that, helping, educating, working together to get that. So mental health assessments are huge in our schools. They're very supportive for families, and they just give you a picture. We cannot diagnose children in a school setting. We can't, by law. But what we can do is give you a picture of a psychological, and that gives you some intentions of where that's headed, and you can take that to your pediatrician, right? You can get a full evaluation outside of school. The evaluations that we give are academic testing. Sometimes we will do a social emotional testing, and we also do some ADHD scores, but most of the time those scores need to come from, especially diagnosis for ADHD needs to come from a psychologist, and they need to, psychiatrist, excuse me, and they need to come from a pediatrician that refers you. So that's important for you to know. Most families don't know where to start. I would start with your pediatrician first. Say, this is what's going on in my child's school when my child is there. This is what's happening when my child's at home. These are my child's grades. This is what I need help with. Start there. And if you don't get anywhere, you go somewhere else. And you keep going, and you keep advocating. You keep talking about it until you get the help you need. That's important because not every doctor, not every psychiatrist, not only therapist is the same. So let's make sure we do that. Advocacy, we do small groups. We work with small groups of kids that have at-risk issues with behavior. We do individual counseling. a student's having a hard day, maybe they had a conflict with a friend on the bus. We do that too. We do parent consultations. We do family phone calls home. We can Zoom. We do a lot of things to say, hey, this is what's happening with this kiddo. What do you see? What do you notice? What we can do to support them. And then I also want to reach out and get mental health resources for families and know what's going to be helpful to them. And then student advocacy, helping students to speak up, to ask for help themselves. Because not every child knows how to do that, and we want to teach our kids to advocate, speak up for themselves, ask for help, and be leaders. And that's our goal as school counselors. So what are the individual things? I want to show you some of the things that I do, and we're going to pass some things out. My daughter has 2 things that you're going to notice, something for elementary kids, and then also something for middle, high school, and even adults. Mental health check-ins, journals, checking in with yourself to see how you're doing. What do I need? So this is just a quick check-in that are some of the things that we do in school. How are you feeling? Do you need to breathe? We do that deep breathing with kids. What do I feel? All right? What am I thankful for? Instead of just focusing on the negative things of everything is so bad in your life, kids need to know what's positive. They need affirmations. They need you to pour into them. Let them look at themselves in the mirror and say things that are good about themselves, because they believe that if you do it over and over again every day, and they come to school and nothing can touch them if they know who they are about and what they believe. Pray with them in the mornings. Affirm their life in the mornings. Support them. All right? Ask them, what do they need? Sometimes kids just need a hug. Sometimes they just need us to listen and quit debating with them, yelling at them. Just listen to what they want, what they need. All right? All those things are important, and these are some of the check-ins. Now, you're getting an elementary, which is a feelings check-in, because in the younger ages, they don't know the words, but you can show them the pictures, and you can point to them, is this what you're feeling? And then you help them use the words. I'm feeling sad, but don't just say sad. Why? I'm feeling sad because I didn't get cereal today, and I really wanted, cereal. Even something as simple as that is letting them talk about their problems, and that's important. So then you have the other one for the middle, elementary, and adults can even check in with themselves. What do I need? What are my affirmations? How am I doing? What kind of mood tracker? What kind of feelings do I have? Journaling. Journaling is so important for kids and adults. It really helps you to see where you were and where you're headed and what you want for your life. All those are important. It is part of your mental health support, and that's a simple thing to do. Start them early doing those things, and then you can work on those and get to the point where it's easier for them when they get older. All right, I'm going to get out of this. Come back here. All right, so we're going to move on quickly. Social emotional learning is something that's huge. We push that. Since COVID, we wanted to make sure that kids are learning the skills of how to self-regulate. They're learning how to understand how people around you are feeling, because you're not an island. What you do impacts somebody else. And I tell people that we all have an invisible string that attaches to us all. And that invisible string helps us to know that we're connected, right? So it's important for you to know, and we teach these kids these skills. So I want you to look quickly, a quick video about what that looks like.
The rule should be where everyone feels comfortable, and everyone should know that everyone's unique and you don't have to be perfect.
SEL is really about the holistic development of young people.
Social emotional learning to me provides students with purpose. SEL was a great foundation and catalyst for me. It taught me to value education and value human connection.
Social and emotional learning is the process by which children grow and develop their emotional lives and their relationships.
Well, social and emotional learning gives a space where people can actually look at students as more than just numbers on a standardized test. We give people people the space to explore who they are as people, to look at their identity, to recognize how important relationships are, and what it means to be a successful human, not just a successful student.
In my classroom, they are able to share the things that are personal to them. They're able to celebrate one another's differences. They're inclusive of each other despite what race, socioeconomic, or gender they're from.
SEL promotes academic achievement in effective ways, raising test scores 11 percentile points. It reduces anxiety and distress as well. So it improves pro-social behavior and how kids get along and attend in the classroom.
SEL is rocket fuel. It is the thing that can actually accelerate the advancement of our society.
When I think about a healthy environment for my daughter, I'm looking at, are those teachers engaged? Are they showing her to be an empathetic person? When teachers are engaged and they have that engagement with the students are going to excel.
The educators, the families, the community members, and the students agree that this is important.
How do we make sure that kids don't just get a segment of their life where social and emotional learning is important, but they're getting that in all parts of their life?
Right now, we have an untapped pool of talent. And so the idea is to leverage SEL in order to help young people realize those talents and thereby help the broader society and, in fact, the world.
We really can create schools that inspire, that help students find their sense of self, that help students find their sense of purpose, to learn how to relate to one another, and to better prepare kids for wherever they choose to go in life.
Well, SEL taught you to step up when you need to, but also step back when you had to. So you were creating space for yourself, but also making space for others.
Now we open a new chapter, and the new chapter is inviting educators, families, young people, scholars, policymakers, inviting the whole country into the dialogue about the kind of social and emotional development we want to promote for all of our children in the future.
All right, so with that being said, in Gwinnett County, every child in Gwinnett has an opportunity to have what we call morning meetings. And that means that the kids come in, they sit in a big circle, they take some deep breaths, they talk about their morning, how they're feeling, what's going on with them. One kind of icebreaker, just the icebreaker like we did today. Talk about a memory, talk about something that happened to you over the weekend that's positive, or tell me something that you want to say positive to a friend in the classroom. It builds relationships, it helps kids to center themselves and get their minds and their bodies ready to learn, to begin the day. We do this every day in our school. We have lessons that teach kids how to deal with a conflict, how to use your words to talk about a problem, how to work as a team, how to listen to somebody else's opinions and respectfully agree or disagree. All of those things are future building for students, and how to check in with my own body. How am I feeling today? If I'm upset, what can I do to fix my body? What can I do to talk about how I'm feeling? So for example, I'm gonna go in here and check this one. Oops, sorry about that. I did it again. Here we go. So here are the things that we do with social emotional learning. We do the feelings check-ins like you saw. We have calm down spaces in our building, in the counselor suites, where kids have big fuzzy chairs and they have fidgets, and I think I saw a fidget over there somewhere, right? If no one's seen a fidget? They're in the bags, yes. We use sensory tools. They are so important. They keep our brains and our bodies focused so that we can think about things. We get rid of our stress, yes. We use these all the time, and they're important because we release that stress. We get rid of it. We can fix our feelings, and then we're fine. We can go through the day. And notice how your smile, notice the smile that came to your faces. That's how you regulate your bodies. And that is an important part of that calm down space, those sensory tools. So we love those things. We have them. We keep all the opportunities to give them to kids throughout the day. They drive the teachers crazy, but we don't care. We want the teachers to use them too, and it's important. We have spaces where we teach kids how to breathe, and I'm sure that you'll be doing some of those breathings. We do square breathing. We do star breathing. We sit down and we have what we call Go Zen. Go Zen is on YouTube. You type in Go Zen and you will listen to music that will calm your body when you're in the office. There's Go Zen for when you're stressed. There's Go Zen for all kinds of things. And it's so important to be able to know that when I'm upset, I have a tool that will help me to feel better. Play therapy. We have our classrooms, our counselors' rooms, and many mental health people. You have toys that you can play with, sand trays. You have all kinds of things that can tell the story of your feelings and how important it is, because kids aren't going to sit and look at you and say, well, I feel sad because this happened to me. When you're a mental health professional, they are not going to do that. They need to start off small with icebreakers and things to manipulate and play to be able to help you to understand what they're going through. We do a lot of journaling. We talked about that. Of course, drawing is a really big deal. If you can't talk about it, draw a picture of it. And our littles, oh my gosh, they are so good at drawing pictures. Our big kids like to write, but sometimes when they're upset, they can't write. They just draw. Sometimes our kids just need to eat something. You know, have you ever been stressed and you just grab a bag of chips and you don't know what happened to the bag? Yes, yeah. Sometimes they just need to eat. So now we're going into resilience. Now that we give you the tools of the things that we do in the school counseling profession, now we need to teach kids how to be resilient. Resilience is bouncing balls. We are not meant to be bouncing balls. We are more like paper clips. Have you ever bent a paper clip and opened it up? Do you put it back perfectly the way it was? Never. We are not flexible like that. We want kids, when they land, they bounce back up. They land, they bounce back up. We want flexible kids. If I didn't get my way, I'll be okay maybe next time, Mom. And you use that language with them. We weren't able to go to the toy store today, but maybe next time it will be okay. Take a deep breath, go calm down space. If you're pitching a fit, come back and we'll talk about it when you're calm. But I'm not going to talk to you when your body's doing that. And let them know that so they can know, oh, that before you know it, if you keep teaching that, Mom, I need a break. Whew, I'll be back, but I need a break. And you can teach that too. Baby girl, I need a break from you right now because I don't want to do that. So as a parent, as a grandparent, you can model that by showing that you need space. You need to take a break, all right? So I'm not going to go through the Ginsberg. It's something that you can look at, but we're teaching kids to feel competent in who they are, feeling confidence, being able to connect with other people, know that there are values. And this is where our community and our church is teaching kids the value of respect and being responsible and being trustworthy and being honest and being fair. All those things are important. And how can I contribute? What can I do to help you? What can you do to help others? Those are things that help children in school. So we want to teach kids resilience. And I'm not going to go into this video, so I'm going to stop right there and move forward. Okay, now, I gave you the picture. I talked about what school counselors can do. Now we want to talk about how we work together. So I'm wrapping up. This is really easy, but it feels hard. But it's essential that we work together. It starts with talking. It starts with this workshop today. It starts here. Can you imagine what would our community be if we had these workshops every weekend in different facilities, in different churches, in different schools? Oh my gosh. Our children would be such great leaders when they grow up. And the world is not meant for them to succeed. Y'all know that, right? The world is not meant for our children to succeed. There are factors and there are situations and policies in place that are not meant for our kids to be successful. And so it's up to us, the community, to make it happen for our kids, to advocate in our schools, to advocate for maybe a different teacher, to advocate for a mental health person to come to the church to help support, to advocate for your community HOA neighborhood at the pool, everybody getting together and coming together and talk about, okay, well, I have this resource. What is your resource do you have? And connecting. That's where it happens. And we need to be a supportive environment for us to make mistakes and not be perfect and just talk. How do we leverage our parents? Well, we talked about removing the stigma of mental health, and that will be something that will be talked further along. We talked about mental health assessments, talking to pediatricians, and I told you the cocktail of therapy and behavior. Coordination. Now, this is huge, and this is what I know Lydia was talking about. Coordinating services, all right? Having a central point, and I didn't even talk to her about that. Having a central point of contact for schools and mental health resources and referrals for students. I will say that more than, I can't say more enough than that. It's important. And being able to do it and ensure that our kids get appropriate services in a timely manner, not be on a wait list for 4 to 6 weeks before you get seen by somebody, because mental health does not have time to wait. All right, last couple of ones. Early intervention, pre-K, young kids, promote early intervention while the kids are in their formative years when they're 2, 3, 4 years old, teaching them about their bodies and they can control their bodies. And if I can't control my body, I can go and take a deep breath and I can get a hug. You know, I can snuggle with my stuffed animal, and then I can come back and we can blow bubbles together. Little things that really help kids when they really are hurting. And then, of course, you planting the seeds. This is my last piece. Every child matters, and it starts with our kids, because those kids are going to be making policies for us when we're elderly. They're going to be making the decisions for our lives. They're going to be on the highway driving. They're going to be on the street at night, either helping us or hurting us. And we are that person. All right, so this is my last inspiration. This brings me joy, and I hope it brings you joy too.
If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up.
Here's the deal. I can do anything, be anything, create anything, dream anything, come on, become anything.
My dad always says, you are what you do, not what you say. Well, you grown up say you love us, but I challenge you, please, make your actions reflect your words.
If you believe in yourself, you will know how to ride a bike. If you don't, you just keep practicing. I like my pajamas. I like my stuff. I like my rooms. I like my whole house. My whole house is great. I can do anything good. Yeah. Do anything. I just want everything to be good as possible. Nothing else.
You better not give up on us. No, you better not. Because, as you know, in some cases, you're all we've got.
And if I can be nice, I think all of us can be nice too. It's your turn. Now go upstairs and take it.
All right, friends. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to be able to speak with you. And I love what I do, and I hope that you can see that in my heart and my voice and the love that I have for kids. And I am so proud of those 2 girls back there I'm excited about their moving on ceremony in a couple of weeks. And I see the future is so bright for them because they have an awesome mom. They have a great community, a great church that supports them. And I can't say it's not all school. It's not. It's the community. It is everybody here. So I appreciate it. Spread the love. Let everybody know that the kids can do it. Thank you.
Wasn't that informative? I thoroughly enjoyed you, Mrs. O'Neill. She is powerful. She's also my girls' counselor at Alcoba Elementary School. And yes, you can clap it up because I mean, she is a worker. One thing I like about Mrs. O'Neill is that my girls, they don't warm up to everybody, but they loved her before I even met her. I knew her name. And one thing about Adea is that Adea, she want to check everything out about you, period. You know, she's looking at everything before she allow you in. And when she came home and she said, Mom, I love Miss O'Neill. She did this, and I said that, and I listened to her. I said, she trusts her. One thing Miss O'Neill was saying is it takes parenting for you to understand what's really going on with your children. And just me listening to her, I never said, that's why you're looking like that now, Adea. She's like, because I've never said this to her. I listened to her. I watched her body gestures. I looked at her, and I said, she trusts her. And I said, well, just good. I never said it because you don't want to really talk to your children and say, okay, now she said what? And what? Because it puts them on a guard, alarm. But I needed somebody in the school that she can trust because when she's feeling bullied or going through emotions as a young lady, she needs someone that can allow her to come to them and feel safe. And that is Mrs. O'Neill. I want to publicly tell you, thank you. Thank you for being there for my babies. I really appreciate you. I just came quickly to say that Adea and Adela was diagnosed with ADHD as infants. They could not get the help that was needed from medical attention until after they started kindergarten. I did go and try to get them an early childhood education, but they never had room for both because they're twins. So they never allowed either one of them to come in. And the transition from daycare to kindergarten was horrible. They was like, wait a minute, what you mean I can't take a nap? Wait a minute, I can't get up and just go when I want to? And that the transition with ADHD, you cannot just abruptly take a child from here to there. I noticed the difference when I breastfed, and I took Adela from here to here, and she, what? And I said, what, baby? I'm just, and then I said, oh, Lord, because I had dealt with it before with one of my other children, that I identified it. And a lot of times we as parents don't know, because with my other child, I didn't know until middle school. That child was cutting up, going through. Is it okay for me to say your name? It was Janiyah, soon to be prophetess Janiyah. But my baby was going through it, and I didn't know. I mean, seriously. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know why she couldn't sit down. I didn't know why she wouldn't pay attention. I didn't know why I had to keep saying things repeatedly. Go sit down. Go sit down. Are you up again? It was horrible. And she would just get up and run. I mean, you know the little gifs are when the dogs just take off and run, and you just watching them go here to there. Well, my baby would put on her skates and she would just zoom. And I was like, Lord, was it the cherry Pepsi that I drank? Because I did not know. It took until middle school for me to really go, something is not right. She did all of her homework. And I didn't know it until she had was it your teeth pulled? No, I had my meniscus repaired from playing basketball. And when they gave her the calm down medicine in her IV, she was like, ooh. And me and our dad, we was sitting there, we was like, okay. And when I tell you, it was like the next one, she was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And we was like, what? She said, I do all my homework and I just leave it in my locker. All of it is all there, everything. And I was like, are you serious? She had all F's and D's. All F's and D's, and I didn't understand it because she would come home and do her homework and be gone, you know, as far as doing activities. So I'm like, why does she have F's and D's? Well, the medicine told me through her lips, I do all my homework and leave it in my locker, and I ate all your strawberries. It was me. I said, oh. She said, Mom, I just ate them all. I just ate them one by one. It was me. So in that, I said, well, let me go and take her to her doctors and see what's really going on. Why is her behavior like this? Why is she doing homework but putting it in the locker? And then why is she doing her homework so fast? And then not turning it in when you want to turn it in. Well, come to find out, Janiyah was diagnosed ADHD. And the problem is that she would always get in, all parent and teacher conferences was her mouth, she won't talk, won't be quiet. She talks too much, she associates with her friends. And I was like, why won't you be quiet? She couldn't. She said, Mom, I'm bored. She would have did all her work. Everybody else still doing it, she's done. And now she's bored. So I said that to say this, we were able to get her on Adderall. She turned in all her work. She went from straight F's and D's to straight A's. She shut her mouth in school. She graduated early from high school and was at Parkland College while her peers were still in high school. She turned around from Parkland, did a whole semester, and then went back to Central High School to graduate. Tell me what a little pill won't do with a sprinkle of Jesus. Because I was a praying mama, and I said, Lord, I don't know what's going on, but God will open up your eyes and help you understand what is really going on with your child. So I thank God for that, but it also allowed me to see what was going on with Adea and Adela, and I was able to help them to be able to focus in school and get their work done. Not just them, but I was able to help their teachers. And parents don't understand that principle, because when you go and you see about your children, you help their teachers be able to be effectively teaching them where they can listen, okay? Or they can sit still and take in the information. So Mrs. O'Neill, thank you, and thank you again. This is our break time, and I want you all to be able to go back there and enjoy your taco bar. Everything is ready for you, and what we're gonna do is have Dr. Woodson come again after you sit and eat after you get your lunch. Then Dr. Wilson will come and she will take the mic. You're free to have lunch. While you all are getting lunch, I just want to say hello to Dr. Harper, that is online from Eastern Illinois University. Hello, hello, hello. She is my internship professor. And I put all of this together as my ELA project, and it is working out wonderfully. Dr. Harper has been a great support to me during this semester, and she has never dropped the ball on any email that I've sent her. She responds quickly, and she helps me a lot. So, Dr. Harper, thank you.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Testing. All right, everybody. As you continue to go ahead and enjoy your meal, we're going to move on to the second section of our counseling awareness conference. And so we are going to call to the stage at this time a few of the people that are going to be a part of the panel for today. And we're going to have some questions. And we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty of counseling and of how to take mental health to another level and take the crazy out of it, especially for our people. So let me grab my papers. Just a moment. So first we want to call to the stage Alexis Jackson. Alexis Jackson, known as Coach Lex, became a certified coach in February 2018. As a wife and mother of 3 children, she understands the importance of planning and organization, but also knows how the busyness of life can make those things difficult. Through life coaching, Coach Lex has helped many people establish healthy boundaries, break out of cycles of procrastination, and healthily manage seasons of transition. She coaches through a lens of empathy and compassion while simultaneously holding her clients accountable to their goals. Let's give her a hand. Next, we're going to call Peyton Thompson. Peyton is a senior in counseling at Eastern Illinois University. And so she is very excited to share her expertise in counseling as it affects millennials and also Gen Z or Gen X? Gen Z and millennials. Let's give her a hand. We are also going to call to the stage again Mrs. Amy O'Neill. Yes, she is a school counselor here in Gwinnett County. Very excited to have her join the stage as well. Oh my goodness, awesome. So we're going to have the woman of God, Prophetess Tiffany Wilson. Yes, she is also a counselor and has coached many individuals with many different walks of lives and helped them to come into their best potential. So we are just really excited to have an amazing panel for today. Ladies, are you ready? Are you guys ready? So the first question that I have, and you guys can take your time, I would like to know, why is it important to take the crazy out of mental health? Why is it important to take the crazy out of mental health? So go ahead, Prophetess.
I think that it's important because of one word, shame.
Yeah.
And I think that when people are born with innate issues, innate things inside of them, different things through their bloodline, things through their parents, transmission, generational transmission, and things of that nature, when you need help, it can feel shameful. And so I think that it's a beautiful title, Taking the Crazy Out of Mental Health, because it's showing everyone has something. And if we're not able to admit that there are things that we're working through and unpacking, then we'll be going through the motions as though we're all right. And so I think that when you begin to do things like this, taking the crazy out of mental health, you begin to piece by piece, layer by layer, unpack the shame that comes with issues.
Excellent answer. Come on, let's give a hand praise for that. A clap. So I can piggyback off of that. I feel like it's extremely important to destigmatize the need for additional help. Some things are like maybe temporarily for a season, like Prophet Tiffany said. You might not need medication for long term, but you're getting through a hard season. Like your last year of undergrad, that's tough. There are situational seasons, postpartum, different times through life where the circumstances are different than they would normally be, and your body is reacting different than it normally would. So sometimes, you need a therapist, you might need a coach, you might need some medicine to help regulate your body, your mind, so that you can function as you normally would through the tough seasons. So I think it's just really important to take out that, especially in the Black and brown community, the stigma that comes with needing additional help, because at some point we're all gonna need it.
Yeah.
Great answer. Let's give her a clap right there. A clap of praise. Y'all, the church is in us. I'm sorry.
I think it's important to take the stigma out of mental illness and mental health, and prioritize your mental stability. Like, life isn't easy all the time, and it shouldn't be crazy to prioritize it. And like she said, there can be a lot of shame around it, and when you're not doing well mentally, it really can take away your confidence and stuff like that. And by being more like without the stigma, like it can more sorry, I'm losing my train of thought.
Oh, it's fine.
I have anxiety with public speaking, but yeah.
Oh, it's okay. You're doing great.
Yeah, that's why I'm here, partly. Yeah.
Support, awesome. She's here to support.
I also feel like the words that we use are powerful. And when we use words like crazy, using words like even stupid, smart, words that are negative words that don't use the affirmations that we need, especially when we are very young, we already hear those words. You're crazy. Parents, even, memes you see even on YouTube. Oh, look at that crazy person. And that's the stigma that is powerful. The words and even phrases and things that you see in social media that really reverberate and impacts the mental illness of others who see those things and feel like that's not normal, and that that can't be me. And if I say that I need help, that means that I'm crazy. And so taking the words crazy out of our labeling and our own mentality of what that looks like, and being mindful of what we say, will be very supportive of helping promote mental health and getting support. So I think that's part of it, is talking about and being careful with our words and how we label. Mm-hmm.
Great answer. Let's give her a clap for that. And I just wanted to add a little bit to that question. It's very important for us to take the crazy out of mental health, because sometimes it doesn't last as long as people may think. Some people think that they're going to be depressed forever. That's not true. Some people think that they're going to always deal with anxiety, or always be anxious, or always have certain emotional and mental issues that they have at the moment because of trauma. But what I have found is that generally when someone passes away that's close to you, you will be depressed, or can be depressed, especially if you're close to that person, for up to 12 months. And so doctors have literally given permission to receive disability, depending on how close the death was to you, you can go to your doctor's office and let them know, I can't function well because I'm missing my loved one. And believe it or not, you can get temporary disability, and they will give you some medication, but they will also let you know you can come out of this. It's not going to last forever, and it's just depending on tough times. So we have to be careful not labeling people as long-term crazy because they've had a lifing happening. Okay? So yes, I really agree with all the answers that were given up here today. Second question, let's talk about self-care, right? Self-care is a part of mental health. Is it a part of mental health? And how would you say that self-care is a part of mental health? We're not necessarily talking about getting your nails done and your toes done for the ladies. And guys, it's not just getting a haircut, because how many of you know that don't feel like self-care sometimes? That's just things you have to do. So what is self-care, and how can we do it to keep our mental health in shape?
I guess I'll start again. Self-care, even it's really explanatory in the phrase, taking care of self, right? And so a lot of times when we're taking care of ourselves, sometimes that means establishing boundaries, right? Sometimes that means recognizing when I have too much on my plate and being okay with taking a piece off the plate, right? There's certain things you can't take off your plate. You can't take your kids off your plate. You can't take your family off your plate, right? You can't take your spouse off your plate. You can't take your job off your plate. But there's other things that you can, they are cracking me up here. There are other things that you can do in moderation. Because what we don't realize is when we're doing too much, it affects and eats at our mental health. And a lot of times, because we are, brown and black people, because we are individuals that have been taught resilience, because we are people that have taught we can do it, you can do it, to the point that now you're having somatic effects in your body from stress. Now I got stuff developing gastro area. I got all of these different things happening. Now I'm having to go to the doctors over and over, having female issues, all because of this crazy amount of stress with trying to do everything at once. And so I think self-care begins with an evaluation of your schedule and evaluating your daily routine. Is this manageable with me being okay? Because it can be manageable. I can manage it, but how am I going to be damaged after I manage it? Am I going to be okay? Am I really going to win after I win? And so it's just really, I'm sorry, I'm a talkie. Amen. Go ahead.
That was good. Yes.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Here we go. I really feel like self-care is, when we think about it, a lot of times we feel like it's a selfish thing to do, that it is something for other people, but I don't do that for myself. And we don't think of ourselves first. We always think of our family first and other people first. And so when we are serving ourselves, it should not be a guilty thing. It should not be a selfish feeling. Because when we think about when you're on an airplane, and the airline stewardess always tells you, when we're going down, you put that mask on yourself first before you put it on your kids. Why? Because you're not going to be able to help anybody unless you take care of yourself first. And so understanding that it's okay to give yourself the ability to give what self-care looks like. And self-care can be so many different things. But it starts with being in tune with what do I need? What do I need for myself right now? And self-care doesn't have to be big. It can be small little things throughout the day. Taking a little bathroom break, a little stick of gum, putting a little flower on your desk at work. It can be as little as changing up your perfume. It can be as little as, you know what, I'm going to go out and I'm going to put some new vegetables in the garden, getting some nature outdoors. Those are the little things count, I feel like, sometimes, than doing major overhauls for yourself, because those are not as manageable when we are in mental distress. The small things help us claw our way out. So it's okay to be a little bit more selfish when we think about it. Self-care does not mean we add guilt to it.
So, the
Yeah.
Peyton. Okay, yes, let's go ahead and clap that up. Awesome.
I think there is a relationship between mental health and self-care, and when you show up for yourself, you can be better, like, for other people. So it definitely starts there. I know I've had to get better at care by, you know, being nicer to myself. Sometimes you don't even realize, like, you have a negative mindset, and you just don't realize you're in these patterns and stuff. So when you're, like, consciously working on being nice to yourself or just positive affirmations, like you said, there's so many things you could do. Yeah, I think that they definitely have a
So when I
connection.
think of you, I think of Sky. Do you
My
feel
dog.
relaxing?
I love her.
Yes, her dog,
Yeah,
Sky.
you should get a dog.
Does that, so
Sky is
you
my
seem
dog.
so, well, they share. Oh
She
my God.
literally told me
Okay.
that's my dog.
You can tell they're sisters. But so does Sky, she seems to bring joy to you.
Yeah, she helps me a lot, actually. I really would recommend, like, dogs for kids with anxiety or
Pets,
something like
yes.
that. Yeah, she's so sweet. She's, I don't know, she's, like, conscious of your body language and stuff, and honestly, I probably could learn a lot from her.
But it's
Yeah.
just the difference that I see in you with her. You
Really?
seem more relaxed and happy.
Yeah, I'm
and
working on
chill.
it.
So yeah, I just wanted to throw the pets in there. Sometimes you may need to get a pet for your child or for yourself.
Or antidepressant.
The doctor literally said that my mother would live longer if she had a pet, and she ended up getting a couple of pets. Well, we grew up with pets all our lives.
Companionship.
And believe it or not, she did end up living a lot longer because she had a pet. You know?
You can literally get emotional support animals.
Yes.
Now, no judgment. There, you know, now they go a little far with the snakes in the grocery store and stuff, but go ahead.
That is not.
Yes.
15 years. If you have a dog, add 15 years to your life. Awesome.
I think that the dogs, because I have 2 dogs, and they're a lot, but they take stress off. Anybody that's ever been a pet owner, you have a hard day, they know how to take that hard moment and put a smile on your face. Dogs have personality, and there are even studies that show that they like to make you smile. I think that pets are an amazing outlet. Also, I think that fitness is an amazing outlet.
Now that's good too.
Yeah.
Surprised you didn't fit. So yeah, absolutely. Self-care is a part of mental health. I think about, of course, all the things that Prophetess Tiffany with her opening was all in my notes. But I definitely agree with all of that. But I also feel like self-care doesn't always feel good. I think I have a coach at work, and she told me that we are obsessed with feel-good culture, and doing things that feel good, and you know, moving away from what doesn't serve you, and blah blah blah. And that's fine, in theory. But the reality is, it doesn't feel good to tell somebody, no, I can't do that because I have a boundary. But your brain will thank you. Your body will thank you. Your wallet will thank you. Your kids will thank you. And it doesn't always feel good to, even when I'm reading a book right now I think it's called It's About Time, and it's written by a Black woman, but her and her husband, who was a pilot, they essentially mapped out all of what they spend their time on for the month. And there's a category that's like family, and I believe out of a month, he had like between 20 to 40 hours to spend with his family. That's one work week. Because he was gone all the time, and of course, you know, money is great and blah blah blah. But what's the real cost? And so he decided to step down from being a highly ranked pilot and be a black pilot. Like, you know, but he was like, I'm missing my kids grow up. They're like not connected to me.
That's
and
so
the wife-
good.
Yeah, she left her job as well. She had more time with her family, but she was traveling a lot and doing a lot of speaking and things like that. And I just know that cannot have felt good. But at the end of the day, it was the best decision for them, and it was the best decision for their family. And I also think about, like, boundaries is my favorite word. I tell my mom this all the time. Boundaries is my favorite word. I say
I'm
it at
not your
work.
mama today.
Okay.
I'm Dr. Wilson.
Well, I have to tell Dr. Wilson, boundaries is my favorite word. And it took me years of therapy.
She used it too much, though.
It took me years of therapy to learn how to put that in place because I dealt with anxiety. So I'm like, if I say no, how is this person going to respond? Are they going to still like me? Are they going to be mad? And I actually found out that it stemmed from trauma, trying to fit in middle school and all this silly stuff. So in adulthood, I'm like, I can't say no because they're going to be mad. When in reality, they're not going to want to fight. Like, what are we talking about here?
No more.
So my body was like fight or flight because that's what I remember from middle school when it was like, are you about to fight? You know, but in adulthood, it's not that. And so I had to unlearn it. And then I started setting boundaries, which was hard. It didn't feel good. Sometimes I would like cry. Like I just feel so bad because I used to do that all the time. I used to be there all the time. I would give whatever, but again, count the cost. So anyway, all that to say, it served my mental health exceptionally. Like I have since been able to be, you know, promoted at my job, buy a house, get married. Like when I got married, oh my goodness, it was we'll be married 5 years in June, and which is crazy, but
Yes, clap that up, clap
that's
that
my
up.
husband, he's watching.
Oh God.
But the reinforcement of boundaries comes up all over again because people are like, well, I remember when you used to be able to do this on a Thursday night at 9 o'clock, baby. It's not the same. Family, friends, whoever, like it's different. And even with my daughter, we had to find balance again. Like now we're a blended family. We're a bigger family. What does it look like? Time for us, time as a family, time with my husband, time with, now she has siblings. And so anyway, all that to say, my mental health I feel like I've gone through all the major life changes that you could experience in my 20s, all of them, moving, house buying, marriage, kids, and my mental health was like up and down with every single one. But self-care, I can't stand get my nails done. It's like my least favorite thing to do, so that's not self-care for
Right,
me.
exactly.
But anyway, boundaries, watching movies. You know, watching movies is a great way to take care of yourself because it actually makes your brain come out of whatever situation you're in. You can't watch a movie and think about your life at the same time. So when you're actually watching the movie actively for that 90 minutes, that 2 hours, you are not in your own life. And it feels so good. So, anyway.
All right, let's clap that up. Thank you. You guys' answers were all wonderful. So the third question we have today is, what are some methods you can use to manage your emotions or anger or anxiety or whatever it is that needs to be managed? What are some methods that you can use? Something practical and simple.
I think that is a beautiful phrase right there, changing your life one thought at a time. And so I think the beginning of, and the question one more time was,
what are some methods you can use to manage those emotions?
okay, so with managing your emotions, with managing your stress, I think that you first have to not let your mind roam. That's one thing that we do. The mind, just because it's a thought doesn't mean that it's truth. Just because it's your truth doesn't mean that it's truth.
And it can be
Right?
a fact and not be true.
And it can be a fact.
Come on now, boss.
And still not be truth, which is powerful.
Yes.
And so you have to first make sure that you are evaluating your thoughts and not letting any and everything, because intrusive thoughts are real. And if you give ear to intrusive thoughts and things that are just popping in your mind and you run with it, it will sabotage your peace, will sabotage your life, will sabotage your health. So you have to first think, is this, because now it intersects, the secular and the spiritual intersect, is this truth? And now, is this, and if it's not truth, is this me or is this a spirit?
That's it.
Right? Is this a thought I thought and that I'm thinking, or is this a thought the devil brought? Right? That there's a level of warfare and mental warfare and even a level of retaliation that's happening that's now trying to cause this uprising in your mind. So you have to really, really be mindful of your thoughts, because just because it sounds right don't mean it's not wrong.
Yes.
I always think about emotions, and especially when we're young, we were always taught not to show those emotions. Children were better, heard, not seen but not heard, and our emotions did not really count. So we were always ingrained to hold it in, and when holding those feelings and thoughts in, they build up and they have to go somewhere. And so when we talk about our emotions and feelings, it's very important to know that they are fleeting feelings. They come and they go. I always explain it with children that your feelings are like clouds in the sky. They come and they go. So we have to not be able to use those feelings it validates us for the moment, but it does not validate us for what we need for our life. So we have to decide, at this point, what am I feeling? What is it? What are my feelings telling me? What I need to do? And we also need to think of, are these feelings going to help me right now? Because a lot of times our first impulse is to, when we get angry, we get upset, the first thought is the first thing that comes out of our mouth, and once it comes out of our mouth, we can't take it back. So we have to always give ourselves a moment to stop and think about what these feelings are, and what is it that I need this moment. Sometimes it has to pass. Sometimes you have to deal with it. And a lot of times, as what we were saying before, we hold it in and we don't deal with it, and then we deflect. We let something else take over, and we don't want to think about it again. But those are hard things. Hard conversations have to be discussed when we have those feelings. So being able to name it, being able to understand what that is and what it means to us, and know that it is a feeling that comes and it goes. And if we notice that those is a pattern, and that is the same feeling that comes every single time, we need to know, what is that trigger? What is triggering me to have that feeling? Is it that, is it a person's personality? Is it when someone is, yelling at me? What is it? Is that scared feeling? Is an emotion that may have happened when you were a child, and that feeling as a child comes back as an adult. And so understanding that, and if you're, one of the things about, what do I do to manage that? It's okay to feel not okay. It's okay to feel anger. It's okay to feel those things, but it's not okay to act out on that feeling, right? Yeah. So teaching that and understanding that about yourself. So how do you manage it? You let it sink in first, and you own it, and then you stop and think about it. What is that feeling? What is it telling me to do? And know that, like we said, your feelings can trick you, so you need to, let them pass. So give yourself some time to mobilize that and move it where you need it to be. So one of the things that really helps me the most is I have to stop and take a break, wherever that is, whether you are pulling over to the side of the road, whether you are closing your office door. And one of the things that helped me the most is prayer. I have to pray on it. What is this telling me? Lord, help me understand what these feelings are saying to me. What are you asking me to feel? And then moving forward. But that is the first thing, is just understanding and recognizing it and knowing that it
Yes.
passes. Thank you.
Let's clap that up real quick. That's good. Amazing.
Will you read it one more time?
So right now we're talking about what are some methods that we can do to manage our emotions. Like what can we do to help ourselves to either calm down if we're angry
Yeah.
or
So I agree. It's important to be mindful and slow down because a lot of the times your thoughts are irrational and stuff, and anger is often irrational. You know, you feel kind of stupid about it later. But I also think, like you said, there's kind of a spiritual side to it, and then the more like practical side, like our brain's muscle, so we can work out that muscle, and there are ways to navigate spiraling thoughts, any crazy emotions.
And I think your generation, I'm so interested in your generation because they are so emotional. I have not, well, is Peyton are you part of the millennials or are you closer to Gen Z?
I thought I was a millennial. She said I'm Gen Z.
Millennials in the house. We got.
Whoop whoop.
I'm actually not sure, but
I
I'm
think
sure
she's
she has
closer to
friends
Gen
on both
Z.
sides
Yeah.
regardless. 25.
You're 25.
25.
Not a millennial. No, the youngest millennial is like 28, 29.
Oh, it's okay.
Mommy.
Yeah.
Well,
So, yeah, I think you guys are kind of more emotional, but then the next generation has like almost no emotions. And so I would have loved to have had one of the younger teens up here, but that'll be for next year. For some reason, I feel as though they don't, do well with others' emotions, like feeling for other empathy, having a feeling for other people's emotions and caring about other people's emotions, but that's the younger generation. But for your generation, you guys seem really emotional. You don't think so?
I don't know. I don't really look at it generationally.
Right. I guess
I
that
don't
makes
know.
sense. Because you're in it, so you wouldn't really look at it like that.
Yeah.
So go ahead and finish whatever you want
I know,
to
I
share.
forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, so basically methods, slow down. Your thoughts aren't you. Like you said, it could be a spirit. It could be some pattern you learned at some traumatic stage in your childhood, which is why it's so important to, dive into it because there usually is, you have to just take a second and use your brain and slow down because, there's a root in with God and like people like counselors and stuff, therapy, you can, navigate it.
Awesome. Clap it up. Let's clap her up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You're doing great.
My sister's doing great. This is her first time speaking out like this. I feel like it's important, like Peyton was saying, to identify the root. Like, what is actually making you mad, and are you mad, really? So I have like a random example. So my best friend became my best friend because she was dating my husband's best friend. So that's how she came into our lives, and they are now like the godchildren of the godparents of our kids and things like that, and we're like super close. She lived like 7 minutes away from me. It was great. Then they get engaged, and this man then moved my best friend to Texas. And I was, it's wonderful. Like it's great. It's a God thing for sure. But for a while, I was just like grumpy and just kind of emotional and like irritable. And then I realized, number one, I'm not doing like self-care, like going out, taking breaks and all that, because I did it with her. So now that she's not here, I'm just like in the house. And then also I realized I'm sad that she's like not down the street anymore. And the dynamics are changing. I'm giving her space, things like that as a newlywed. And so I wasn't angry, but I was just so irritable. And I feel like sometimes we can think irritation is anger, sadness is anger, frustration. And so we have to like really dig in and see what the root is, so that you can deal with it. But I also think, like, in a really practical way, sometimes my job makes me mad, like hot. Prophet Stephen said we can't just quit our job. I was like, but I love my job, but it makes me, I can get frustrated with the amount of work or just different things. I work in social justice, public policy, so you can imagine that's a hard fight. And so what I had to realize is, am I mad at like my coworkers or whatever, or am I mad because my schedule is too full because I said I could do it? And so I had to set, again, boundaries come up. Like, how do you stop yourself from even getting angry? I don't want to always have to deal with anger. I want to not be angry all the time. So I had to like look at my calendar and figure out like what I'm really able to do, especially as a Black woman. Like, we're not doing this cape thing anymore. We're not doing the superwoman thing anymore.
That's right.
I don't want to be a super mom. I just want to be a regular mom, like a cool mom. Okay. All right, Nyla. But yeah, just evaluate your circumstances, your situation, your calendar. See where you're like stretching yourself too thin, and where you're not making space for yourself, especially if you have a family, spouse, kids, anything like that. And then prevent the anger.
I had one thought where you were talking about that. Have a group of friends that you trust, that you can process your thoughts and your feelings with. Because sometimes, they can tell you, really? Or, are you sure? So it's important to have someone that you trust, that you can bat off your feelings and talk about why you're feeling that way. Especially in the mental health field, we, when we're working with clients, we get secondary trauma from other people's feelings. And sometimes when you are a caregiver, you get secondary trauma from caring for family that are going through things, and you take on their hurt, you take on their pain, you take on their anger, and you don't even know why you're angry, but they're angry, and now you're angry. So with that being said, it's so important to find people on your team that will listen to you so you can process things together to kind of work through that. Very important to do that. So if you don't have that person, please, reach out, even if it's in a support group, even it's within a club or a group of people that are prayer partners, to find that person you can process these feelings with.
I think that it is so important to have support. You definitely need support, but you need the right support. Because you can talk to somebody and they can give you advice that will tear your life up. And it'll have something that'll be, and the thing is this, when you talk to your friends, when you talk to your families, see something that Alexis said, I think she talked about the feel good. Is that what you said? The feel good, right? But even with the feel good, you have to make sure that you talk to people that will tell you the truth about you, right? Because we can get into this system of clinging to people that will pacify our emotions and pacify our toxic patterns. And so what happens is we talk to people and they may, oh no, it's everybody else. Cut this off. And next thing you know, you have nobody, right? Because you've not dealt with you in the root inside of you. And so it's so important that you speak to people that are objective, right? You need someone that's objective and someone that's going to give you counsel. One, if you are in the Lord, someone that's going to give you counsel according to the word of the Lord, right? Because natural and spiritual don't always collide. And so sometimes we may think that something makes sense, but it's not God. And God will work the details out. So you need to make sure that you're talking to someone that's going to echo out what God is saying. And then in addition to that, they're going to also tell you the truth about your patterns, tell you the truth about the way that you're processing and not pacify bad behavior.
Yes, that is so good. Let's clap that up real quick. And I did want to add a little bit to that because this one was spicy, y'all. This question was so spicy. Because at the end of the day, I have found myself asking people, can I just run something past you real quick? Because I want to make sure that I internalize what they said to me, right? I want to make sure I'm not taking this the wrong way. Or I want to make sure that what I heard, is really what they said. And maybe I shouldn't be feeling a type of way. Because people are funny, especially in the workplace, but also in ministry. when you are dealing with people on a regular basis and you're pouring yourself out and pouring your gifts out, and then people, you know, either their feelings got hurt or they were overlooked, they feel that you left them out, or whatever it could be. You have to internalize their behavior, and you have to internalize what they're saying to you. And then you don't want to go home and be like, I can't believe she said that. He really said that. And then she looked at me like that. And then they acting like this. And so what I would do, I would have to call somebody that I trust and say, listen, let me tell you, something happened today. I just want to make sure it's not me. You know, because all of us come from some type of abuse or trauma or some kind of issues from the past, right? So even if it's childhood and we're delivered, healed, set free, hallelujah, some of us could be taking something for anxiety. But at the end of the day, the question is going to be in your mind, was she really saying that to me? Was she trying to hurt me? Was she trying to offend me? Was he trying, you know? And so I would run it past those that I would trust to tell me, you know, yeah, so you're tripping. Wasn't about that. She probably wasn't even thinking about nothing like that, this, that. And, oh, okay, yeah, that's how I wanted to, you know. And then, or it could be, well, there might be a little bit of something there. Well, then let's just pray about it, you know, or let's try to deal with it from there. And you still got to take steps on how to even deal with it when it is offense.
Yeah.
And when they are treating you some type of way, you know, and that's, so this is just so good. This is a very, very good question.
Can I add just a little to that? So this is like a random plug. So I learned that if you are actually really angry, if you take ice cube in your hand, like 2 ice cubes, and hold your hands together, your brain focuses on what the ice is doing in your hand, and it takes your mind off the situation, and you can calm down. So children who deal with like kind of bad anxiety or other behavioral disorders, they often have them do the ice cube thing to calm down. So I just want to throw that out there for people who, you know. But in response to when folks ask me to like be a sounding board, they want to run something by you, I start listening to see what they do. Like I automatically listen.
Put your mic up and say that again.
So when people ask me to be like a sounding board, they want to run something by me, something happened. As soon as they start talking, I'm listening for what they did. Because I know you're coming to me. Yeah, whoever's talking to me, I want to know what you did. So when you start talking, that's what I'm listening for, because you're already coming to me with what they did. So your mind is already on that. So you're not thinking about what you did. So I'm listening and I'm like, okay, I'm all objective. Like that's one of my favorite qualities about myself is being objective. So I will always be like, no, they might have just not seen you. Okay, they didn't give you a hug. They might just not, you know, it's so simple. I'm like, are we? And I say, even if they, you know, did see you and didn't speak, who cares? Yeah, so I'm always listening. And then if they get through something and I didn't see or feel like a flag or issue, then I'm like, you know what? They did act the kind of way. It sounds like you did all the right things. You did what you can do. All right, like what's for lunch? Move on. We're moving on.
Yeah, because you got to move on from
Yeah,
there.
because people who like to listen and like to, yeah, girl, that's great. Girl, oh my God, didn't they? All of that, they like that. They
That's
get
messy
excited with
at that
messy.
point,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
So I
trauma
would
bonding.
charge all of us, yeah. Like if you call somebody and they're always like, girl, what happened? Real, like they're always in agreement off rip. Those are the people you got to watch because they're not going to be objective.
I mean, I'm a little animated, though, if you come to me. So at first, I'll
That's
probably
true.
be.
That's
But
true.
at the end of the day, I will say, girl, no, that wasn't nothing. You good. But I do have, I'm going to be like, what? But when it all boils down, I'll say, no, that wasn't a girl. That was just your emotions.
I think it's so important that you make sure, even when you're consulting with people, like even when you go to therapy, they tell you, I.
Yeah.
Which means we're not dealing in the you.
Correct.
That's something we don't like to do as people. We like to deal with the you and not deal with the I. And so I think that, and then just even to what Pastor, Prophetess, all of it, Alexidus. Come on now, clap that up, Pastor Prophet. But it's the Alexidus that has blessed me. All right. But the woman of God said, you know, what she was talking about, it's so easy to trauma bond. It's so easy. And so you think that you're going to counsel, but what it is I'm scarred, you're scarred, so let's be scarred together. And let's develop a relationship based upon scars, offense, and depression.
Common
right?
enemies.
Yep, common enemies and common issues that neither one of us want to resolve. Right? And so the deal is this: it's okay to have an issue, but at some point you got to resolve it. And we live in the issue and never want to take the necessary steps to resolve the issue. And so it's so important that we're not trauma bonding. And if we are talking to somebody, talk to a professional. Because your family not always gonna tell you the truth. Your friends are not gonna always tell you the truth. And not because they can't, they don't have the truth. They don't have the understanding. They're just perpetuating what they've seen in conflict resolution, but it's not proper conflict resolution and repair. So you have to take the necessary steps to speak to the correct people so that you can get the necessary solutions on how to do proper conflict resolution. But no, people don't want to hear that. They want to just hear, let me talk to my friend and complain, and we got common enemies, and now we labeling them, and they're witches and warlocks, and they're all of this other stuff, but you're not dealing with you.
I will tell a friend so quick, don't talk to me about this later. We just talked about this. I don't want to hear about this again. We're not. Or if you battling between a decision, you know one decision is not the right one, but you deliberately make that decision. That's fine, but I don't want to talk about it. Thank you so much.
And as soon as the second person or the first person gets delivered and set free from that, the friendship is over.
It's not
so when you trauma bond, it's not a real friendship. Because they're only there because you're there in the same trauma. So that's why when people start to elevate, going to another level, getting their degree, finally opening that business, their friends fall away. Because if they were always with you when you were at your lowest point, but only there because y'all was there like that, they're going to leave you. So y'all, this is good.
You got to check the foundation. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
We on the same page. You got to check the foundation. What was the friendship built on? Me being in a low place? What was the friendship built on? You being in a low place? Right? What is the foundation of it? Because then the friendship begins to falter and fail when someone comes out of the low place, or now there's guilt tripping. Because you're now going to the next place in your life, and you're going into the next season of your life, and you leaving me, you not doing me right, you're not this, you're not that, and guilt tripping when no, I'm no longer at the bottom, I'm elevating, I'm going to the next level, and instead of guilt tripping me, come up with me.
And there's boundaries around me at this next level to make sure that I don't go back down. So because you can't get into my boundaries, my hedge of protection. Now you're mad. But if you come on up, you can get up in here.
Exactly. So the last question, I'm just going to deviate from the, what we had on here. Since the conversation's going so well, we have to bring that into relationships. We have to bring that into marriage. We have to talk about what happens when you bond with a man or a woman because y'all both was in a low place. Both of y'all started off there. Both of y'all, and one person starts to see the glimmer of hope and light. And next thing you know, an opportunity opens for them to go up. And then the whole relationship seems like it's crashing down because all of a sudden you get manifestations from the other partner. Right? Because they're uncomfortable because one is going up and the other one is still stagnated. I got news for you, and then I'm going to hear from the panel. You cannot stay in that relationship. If you're the one moving up and God has opened doors and things are moving for you, and the one that you've been with does not like the change and doesn't want to go, doesn't have goals, doesn't have a future, doesn't want nothing, you cannot stay in that relationship. Because one or two things are going to happen. They're going to pull you back down, or, they're going to have to come up. But 9 times out of 10, they hardly ever come up. So I want to hear from the panel. What do y'all think about relationships? People who have to deal with the emotions of they're getting counseling and therapy, but they're in a toxic relationship. So after they come from therapy, they got to come home to like a narcissist, or they got to come home to all of the bad things. So I just want to hear y'all take on that.
Well, I think that we overuse the word narcissist. When you look up statistics, it's only 0.5 to 5% people within population. And so I think we first have to create a culture of properly labeling things, right? So we'll start to look at things and be like, narcissist. No, only 5% at the highest of a population is a narcissist. And so, but there is something called self-centeredness and selfishness.
Talk about it.
Right? And you have to be it's such a major topic to unpack, because a lot of times when people are selfish, they're unaware. And that's usually people that are selfish are usually the only child, the youngest child, or the favored child. Right? And so a lot of times we don't realize that we're operating in this behavior. Okay. So when you couple that, first of all, you got to deal with the foundation of relationship. No relationship should be based upon low places. Right? You have to be sober-minded when you go into a relationship. It can't be because you're in a low place. It can't be that the foundation has to be correct. Right? And the foundation needs to be founded on God. It has to be founded on purpose, right? Not just feel good, because you don't wake up every morning and feel good. That's the truth of the matter. You don't wake up every single morning like, be married a little bit. You don't wake up every single morning and be like, oh, my spouse is just this amazing spouse. You don't wake up and think that every morning. That's the maturity of marriage, right? The maturity of marriage is understanding that if I'm calling them toxic, I might be toxic too. Yes. That's the first thing. A lot of times, and see, I'm a bit perturbed even with the generation, because you look back previous generations and you don't see such a high rate of divorce. Right? You see such a high increase in divorce. You can even see it statistically now, right? And it's because people don't know how to take the proper steps for conflict resolution. And people in this generation is more selfish than previous generations. You would see previous generations where everyone understood their roles properly and they would carry them out and they would make it work. But today, we're so quick to go to the toxic word. Toxic. Well, what did you do? What did you do? Right? When you're pointing so there are situations where there is high levels of toxicity, right? Where you got somebody that's saved, you got somebody that don't want the Lord, right? And so in that dynamic, there may be a situation where a person wants to, pursue God and pursue the things of God, and you don't want them to go to church, and you don't want them to do this, that, and that. We're not even compatible in there, right? Then you have other things, because I want to take a stigma out that all relationships have issues. There's no perfect relationship. You will be searching for your life for something that does not exist. Where you have people, you have issues. Where you have people, you have situations. You got to be careful with accusations. The Bible says that Satan is the accuser of the brethren. You have to be careful of how you accuse your spouse, accuse people that you're in relationship with, because the thing about it is you'll give the devil a footing into that place, and something that could have been fixed will no longer be able to be worked out because you've allowed the enemy access. Yes. Take this now.
Come on, let's clap that up real quick. That was good. Good.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to say, because I will tell you, it is very true. I will tell you that, relationships are about empathy, right? It's about grace. It's about understanding. And early on, you pretty much know there's something in your gut, your spirit that's telling you something's not right when you're in a relationship, but you don't want to focus on that. You want to focus on the dreamy reality, rose-colored glasses of what you think relationship should be, that Facebook, Instagram post, and the pictures that you see that are great. But reality is hard work. Relationships, hard work. and it is having a difficult conversation and being mature enough to be able to be introspective about yourself and knowing what you have to do without focusing on what your partner has to do, what they have to work on. So I would say in a relationship, when you have someone who may not necessarily be cognizant that they may have anxiety or depression, or that they are, maybe you're in a relationship where there's domestic violence and you're a victim and you cannot see past that because you're trying to please that person and make this work no matter what. It's a matter of understanding, okay, so what is it about me in my relationship that I'm dealing with? Where am I at in this? And if I can't, I have to have empathy in that other person, but where's the empathy for who you are and what you need? Because in a relationship is both people giving in together and giving themselves. And if you don't have that, you're not going to be able to move forward. So when you think about how to, in your building relationships, especially when kids are very young and you're trying to teach these young teens and these middle schoolers and high schoolers about what a real relationship is, it's so important to be able to model that, not by what maybe necessarily you're perfect at, but you can share with them what things don't work. And kids are smarter than you think. They already see what's working with mom and
Yes,
dad
they do.
and what's not working with mom and dad. And they read between the lines. So, it's important to always say, this is not working for me right now and with your mom, with dad and I. Right now it's not working, but I'm going to try to figure it out. And it's better to do that when you're in a relationship that's not healthy than to pretend that everything's great, because kids know better. They know. I have second graders who already can tell you mommy and daddy they're not nice to each other. And they see that and they know that, but they don't know how to fix it. So it's important when you're in a relationship to be able to have some empathy and some grace for yourself and the other person, and know that they came with that iceberg that you don't always see, and you have your own iceberg. And it's important not to compare your relationship with other people's, because it will be the enemy of yours. So knowing that and knowing how to mentally prepare for someone who's not there on your level, and they are not healthy at that moment, you can't batter them with what they need to do. You gotta go there. You gotta get help. They're not ready to hear you. They're not in a good space to understand what they need for themselves. So it's important to give them grace and empathy. And if they know that I'm here to listen to you, I can hear you, and we can work on this together, then they're more apt to get help. And you're right. They may be working hard in therapy, working really hard and coming home and seeing that you don't care about what they do, because you're just giving that psychology thing. You're just talking that talk. You just have to understand that they're not at where you are yet, and they may not get there.
Yes, let's clap that up real quick. That was good. Such a good answer. You have anything? Or you wanna? All right, Alexis, we're gonna go ahead and end with you.
Sorry, yo. I done wrote a whole little page of notes. But I'm gonna try to just tie it all together. You can still answer the do you need a therapist question. But
and I think this leads to why we need therapists.
So Prophet Tiffany said that people call people narcissists all the time. Some folks can have narcissistic tendencies, but if you ever dealt with a real textbook narcissist, first of all, you might not even know until you know. They are so strategic. It's literally like the mask with two different faces. You can't just, somebody who's just selfish, it goes so far beyond that. And I think, so anyway, that to say, I really love Brene Brown. And she has a series it's on HBO, Atlas of the Heart, I think is the series. And she talks about the use of words in a way that is just profound. So like a lot of folks don't know, jealousy requires two people. So I can't be jealous of you because you have something. It has to be you and that person over there. And so I'm jealous that that person is going to take what I have. But it's not, you got a new job, so I'm jealous of your new, that's actually envy.
Break it down now.
Yes.
Come on, counselor.
So a lot of folks think they're jealous, and I'm like, no, you're dealing with envy. And envy, which this was all new to me, you can, they called it friendvy, because envy is actually not always negative, and we think it is. So I can be envious that you have this really pretty ring, and I don't want you to not have it, but I want one too. That's envy. But yes, negative envy is, I don't want you to have that, I want it. And those things, those two, it's all different. So anyway, the use of words is so important to identifying what you're actually dealing with. Is your relationship actually toxic, or are y'all just immature? Like, it's different.
Wow.
A person with a toxic personality is like, I don't want you to go to church. I'm sorry, I've got so much stuff. Yeah, like toxicity is, I don't want you to get better. I don't support that. I'm actually actively trying to bring you down and all that kind of stuff.
Sabotage.
Yes, exactly. Sabotage you, that kind of stuff. But us arguing over what's for dinner or why the dish is not done and this kind of stuff, that's a lot of immaturity. And it is really not knowing how to engage at the relational level that you are in. And so my first thought is, if you and the person you're dating are having these issues where you can't communicate, maybe there's some envy there, there could be jealousy if you have other friends or things like that, and you're having these recurring issues, why are you with that person?
Exactly.
You don't marry potential. When you get married,
you need to say that again.
Yeah, you don't marry potential. So when you get married, would you be happy with that person you have right now for the rest of your life? Not, I think you're in school, you're gonna have a great job, you're gonna do blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that's good.
Like, that's wonderful, but that's not who you are right now, because 2 months from now, something can happen and your school, school is not an option anymore. So I think people have to be so serious about dating and not playing around with people where I know we're not on the same level, he's not really interested in church, but you, the head prophet in charge, what are you doing? Like, it doesn't make sense. So then you set yourself up, for heartbreak and all that kind of stuff. But I also learned, one thing that my husband taught me was, people who are dating and playing house but not married are much more likely to endure things that they wouldn't if they weren't playing house. So you're willing to accept toxicity. You're willing to accept narcissistic tendencies. You're willing to accept somebody who's going to sabotage you, all of that, because you already intertwine your soul with that person. So once you get to the point where it's just all bad because you've opened yourself up, then first of all, it's spiritual at this point. So there's some therapy to it, but there's also, you need to break that soul tie. But then you need to be mindful when you're dating in the future that you're not playing house anymore. And that goes beyond being intimate. I'm not making you dinner every night at 5 o'clock. We're not married. What? We don't have to do FaceTime dinner from home, because now I'm setting these expectations and this, that, and the so anyway, I want to speak to divorce, though. So divorce rates are definitely on the rise, and I feel like it's 2- and 3-fold. So on one hand, we're not doing what grandmama and them did when granddaddy had kids around the corner. That's like, our generation is not interested in that. We're not dealing with, so much the abuse that will go on inside the home because the male was the primary provider and things like that. So I feel like that's actually a huge proponent of it, but definitely the people tolerating stuff that they would not have otherwise if they were dating with the mindset of, this is going to be the rest of my life. So then when you get married and you're living together and you're all of that, and you realize, I can't do this. I can't, I'm going to try for a year, for 2 years, and it gets really hard, and it's because you shouldn't have gotten there anyway. And so I think it's immaturity. It's a lot of things. There's a lot of roots to that. But again, we're seeing a lot of high divorces, and there's some work to be done, especially in the kingdom, as far as like how we date and encouraging it in a healthy way. Like we can go on a few dates and decide we don't like each other, and we still friends. Like no love lost. And if you can't date in a healthy way like that, you need to look at how you're dating because every breakup shouldn't be. And I want to answer the therapist question. Oh, this is my last thing about this. In all of this, the relationships and being on different levels and really having a therapist, everything that we've talked about, I feel like we don't want to raise kids that have to recover from their childhood. We are already kids.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Say that one more time.
I read this online. We don't want to raise children that have to recover from their childhood. Because almost all of us are kids that had to recover from their childhood. And so how do you break those generational curses? Get a therapist. Have a healthy sounding board. Don't go talk to your next door neighbor about what's, you don't have to tell everybody your business. Get safe spaces, set boundaries, things like that, so that our kids are not growing up without us. That whole I didn't meet my mom until I was 10 meme that's going around because the kids was always with the grandma, that's not healthy. You need to know your parents. You need to spend time with your parents, and grandparents are an amazing resource, but I think we just have to reset how we do family so that we're not dealing with this in 20 years with the next generation.
All right, so real quick, 10 seconds for the rest of you guys. She started off already. Yes, let's clap that up. Let's clap that up.
Thank you.
10 seconds, and then we have our keynote getting ready to come up here. Why do you believe that everyone needs a therapist, and why? But real quick, like 10 seconds.
Okay.
I don't really know if I believe everyone needs a therapist, but I think you have to be honest with yourself. I think you can learn a lot of self-help things, or me studying psychology, I've tried to figure out my own methods, but sometimes you do need an outside perspective. And I did one therapy session online, like a video call, and I realized even though I kind of look at it as I don't want to keep going over traumatic stuff, so I kind of have mixed feelings of it. But she did give me tools that I really hadn't thought of. So sometimes you need to just step down and realize that you don't know all the answers, and sometimes you need help. So if you do need help, go to a therapist.
Oh, that's good.
I don't think that everybody does.
She gave me
I don't think that everybody does. I think that if you're noticing negative thoughts and patterns, or you're dealing with a level of trauma, and you know that it's something that's not quite right in your processing, or you feel like you keep going through the same cycles over and over again, then yes, I think that it's necessary. I mean, there's no harm in everyone having one, but I think that it's more necessary for someone that's going through traumatic patterns and yeah.
Yeah, I agree, especially when we're dealing with mental health issues that need mental health therapy as well as proper medication. You don't want to mix that up and just play your own games with that. But I also feel like there are so many people in the community, and if we had stronger bonds within our community to be able to help and support each other, and help us just to notice things about ourselves when we need support. I think that mental health can be in a season, and those seasons are more difficult than others. And I think that starting off with your community, building it so that there are relationships that you can get support, you can have resources that you can support them with, and just those mental health assessments might tell you, yes, you might need a therapist, or no, you may not. But just being able to have a good group of people around you that can support you to help you figure out whether you need one or whether you don't, I think is very important. So I'm going back to that community and relationship building to support you.
Awesome. Let's give our panel a hand. Ladies, you can exit the stage. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. We would like to ask one of the men to put the podium back up, please. Oh yeah, what happened to the podium? Oh, okay. You want me to introduce you? Yeah. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to get started. All right, so we are getting ready for our keynotes for today. Whoop, whoop. Dr. Jania Klingenberg. And right before I bring her up, I want to go ahead and acknowledge our sponsors for today. So we are very grateful for our sponsors because they help to make all of this possible. So I'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Micah Jackson, Pastor Anthony Wall, CSM Screen Printing, Dr. Teresa Apaya, Apostle Brian Andrew Wilson, and Brandy Anderson. Woo! Thank you all so much. So we're going to get ready to introduce, and we thank God for this woman of God, Dr. Jania Klingenberg, for coming all the way from Illinois, our keynote speaker. She is known as Dr. J. She earned her psych degree in clinical psychology from the Illinois School of Professional Psychology at Argosy University. With over 2 decades of experience in the mental health field, she has established herself as a life coach, transformation strategist, community engagement specialist, and author. Since 2016, she has been the CEO of Jania B. Klingenberg. Driven by a deep commitment to serve others, Dr. J focuses on empowering young families to access the necessary resources for enhancing their quality of life. In 2009, she founded the Hoist Center and has since served as its executive director. Actively involved in community initiatives, Dr. J currently sits on the boards of the 51st Street Business Association and Luella's Lodge Grief Center, where she strives to give back and share her expertise for the collective benefit. Her dedication extends to coaching professional women, navigating divorce, and offering business coaching services, believing in the empowerment of all women to fulfill their aspirations. Additionally, she serves as the social emotional implementation coach at Illinois State University's Center for Intensive Behavior Supports. So outside of her professional endeavors, Dr. J devotes much of her free time to writing, speaking engagements, and serving diverse audiences on topics such as self-esteem and personal development. Supported by her husband, Yens, all right, and their 2 daughters, Ariel and Yana, she finds fulfillment in both family life and her passion for making a positive impact. Let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Gina Klingenberg. Woo!
She made me sound real good. So first, I want to get this back on. That's first and foremost. Coming up, there we go. But I first want to thank Pastor Shanika Wagner for the blessing of getting me here. She sponsored my transportation here from Urbana, Illinois. I was born and raised in Chicago. Okay, but I moved to Urbana, Illinois 6 years ago, and I just really, truly thank her for getting me here because this is truly a blessing. I don't even know what to say after all of this. Like, this conference has been truly, I'm going to say, life-changing. You know what I'm saying? And it was actually also confirmation for me, because many of the women here have been talking about things that I have been talking about and thinking about, for years, and doing things in schools and doing things, here and there. And it just fulfilled my soul to hear it coming out, especially these young ladies. I am in awe with you 2 young ladies. Oh, the other one, she left. But I'm just glad that your generation have you all, because you all have a very good head on your shoulders, and you are a very good role model for our children coming up. That is what we need for our children, is people who understand life the way that they do at such a young age, right? Because our children are suffering when they don't have to, as you all said before. So again, it's really hard for me to come behind all that, but I'm gonna do what I do, because y'all talked about what I was gonna talk about a little bit, but that's okay. Oh, there you go up there. Okay, there you go. But I do also want to thank Lolita, no, not Lolita, Lolidia, for her vision, yes, for her vision in doing this conference. And I want to thank the Impact Development Foundation for trusting in Lolidia and believing in her vision. I know it was an assignment for school, but that's okay, because you started something. You planted a seed, like Miss O'Neill said. You planted a seed. And now this seed is going to flourish from this day on. And that you have to be thankful, grateful for, because God gave you something and you didn't know how he was about to use it, right? I'm a talker, right? So I'm gonna try to stay on track, but not on track, because when God move you in different ways, you just go that way and do what he say do. So I'm gonna try to stick to my notes ish, so if I sound like I'm kind of reading, I'm trying to stick to things, but I'm glad that this is also gonna be a annual event. I really, really look forward to coming back. And not as a keynote, but I would definitely come back and be a participant, because this is absolutely fantastic and is needed. And I see this traveling. I see this traveling because that is how good it is, okay? And just a little bit spiritually about myself, God shows me visions. I'm obedient, and I've learned to discern what to say and what not to say, and he just showed me that. So I'm just letting you know that. So he introduced me so very well. Thank you so much, Dr. Woodson. Just a couple of other things. I don't know if you can see. So this is my family. This is us here. We was at a wedding in Pennsylvania, but this is really us, right? Things ain't always what they seem, right? Because on the outside we smooth and cool, but we really the silly one on that other picture, because that's what keeps us going every day. You have to laugh sometimes behind the tears, but those tears help you grow. We love to travel. We absolutely love to travel. This is a picture of us in Petra, Jordan. One of the most fantastic trips I've ever been on in my life. Wasn't on my bucket list, but my husband had to go to a meeting in Amman, Jordan, and we had friends that was from Jordan, so it was like, hey, we coming too. So we all went to Jordan. We visited Jesus' baptismal at the Jordan River. We rode a horse, a donkey, and a camel all in the same day. Like, come on now. Like, think about it. When you're younger, do you think, now, and I'm just going to keep it real, as black people, we going to ride a camel? Nope. But that's one thing why I love my family. And the youngest, like she said, is Yana. She's 4. My oldest is 18. That London England trip was a mommy-daughter trip. From when she was younger, I promised my daughter I would take her to 4 countries and 25 states by the time she's 25. She'll be 19. This was one of our mommy-daughter trips that we went on, and it was fantastic. It was the first time I ever taken my daughter out of the country, but this is a dream that I always wanted to do for her, because my mom taught me and my sister that there is life outside our block, outside our neighborhood, outside our city, and I wanted to make sure my daughter knew that as well. And that's my husband and my mother-in-law. She lives in Germany. They went, while we were in London, they went to Marco Island, Florida. So everybody got to do something that they like and love to do. And that's what I love about my family, because we all support each other, we love each other, and we do what we do, plain and simple. Really. And don't complain. I ain't turning off on nobody else. He said I'm talking too much. But anyway, so that's just something else. And then really quick, one of the other things that wasn't mentioned is that I worked in schools for 15 years. So Miss O'Neill was all up in my soul and my spirit. Because I worked in the schools for 15 years as a mental health professional doing therapy and psychoeducational and psychological testing. And I saw a lot of what she was saying. And it's real. It's real. How these children are struggling, especially after the pandemic. I actually did a research study with U of I. You all can check it out at a later time. And talking about mental health in middle school, and because I wanted to look at what the children say, what the teachers know, and what the parents think. There is a gap. And this is why our children are not getting the help that they need, is because there is a clear gap in what they're expressing and what they know how to express, and what is the teacher sees every day. And then what they go home and tell their parents, it's completely different. We all know that. They go home and tell their parents something completely different. And you're like, what? And you calling the school like, well, my daughter said, and the teacher was like, no, that ain't what happened. Things are not always what they think, right? And then the last thing, like Dr. Woodson mentioned, This month, actually, I published my first book. It's because I was able to add publisher to my bio, and it's a toddler grief journal. And it's called Mommy, Do You Come Back from Heaven? And I wrote it because my 4-year-old asked me that. I think I'm about to cry. I said I wasn't going to cry. When my father passed last year unexpectedly. And she asked me that question because I was trying to help her understand that when you go to heaven, you don't come back. But you will see him again. And so my father passed away, and then one of our pets passed away, and she just looked at me one day laying in bed and said, Mommy, do you come back from heaven? And that stunned me, because I was like, and I had to take a deep breath, like, no, baby, you don't. But you will see him again. But this is what heaven is, you know, because I didn't want her to be afraid of heaven. But that was such a pivotal question coming from a 4-year-old that I said, you know what, I need to do this, because I actually wrote the actual book. I'm just still illustrating it, but I came out with the journal first as a way to help toddlers illustrate how they deal with grief. Because toddlers don't just grieve people. They grieve the loss of their blankies, their toys, you know, adult issues and situations that happen. They go back over grandma's house, and so now they missing grandma because they used to love her apple pie. You know what I'm saying? So it's just helping toddlers deal with the just grief in general. And I also have a program that I created actually for my other daughter because she struggled with depression as a teenager. And that's what I'm saying, you all stepped on all my toes, you know, but I love it because that just tells me that God put me in the right place and gave me the right message because it coincides right along with what everybody's saying. But she struggled with depression, and I literally had to get on my knees and like, God, I don't want to lose my baby. What do I do to help my child? So I created a program called Embrace. And it stands for Emotionally Brave and Centered. And so what it does is a self-help kit to help teens and young adults help themselves when nobody else around. Because the number one thing is when young adults and teenagers are struggling, they don't want to talk about it because they don't know how to talk about it, like you all were saying before. So this is a way for them to help themselves without having to go and have a conversation with somebody else because they don't really want to do that. We want them to because we all up in their face like, what's going on? How you feeling? Oh, well, you really shouldn't think that way because then if you think this way, oh, you shouldn't really be on TikTok or you really shouldn't be on Snapchat. Close out Snapchat, you know, but they're going to do those things. And so we have to help them help themselves when nobody else is around. And so that's why I developed that, and I have that over there. You can take a look as well. And I also have the most important part of that, I have instructions for the giver. You get the kit and you give it, and that is it. You let God do the rest. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes we talk too much. Sometimes we do too much. You know, and their kids will tell you, right? How many times have your kids said, you do too much? Like, you do too much. Stop. You do too much. Stop talking. Stop. My daughter still, she'll be 19 in May, and she still tell me I do too much. But I told her I'm always going to be mama, but then I had to know and understand when to stop. And when to give her some tools, because I can't hold her hand with everything. She has to be accountable for her own joy and happiness, right? So I have that as well. So let me go ahead and move on. Yes, ma'am. You want to do raffle real quick? Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. So I'm raffling off one of the books, one of the Tyler journals, and I'm raffling one of the Embrace kits. It's is that one. And then those are different sizes, so they can just choose different sizes. Go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead. Oh, I do. Y'all, I didn't cheat. That's my auntie. I didn't cheat, I promise. I'm up here. Huh? Yeah. It's up to you. It's up to you. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm not gonna take too long. I'm not gonna take too long. No, it's only one book, and then it's one of the kit. Embrace, where you see Embrace right there. Yeah, they're different sizes, so. Yeah, a couple of people left. Just so you know, inside of the kit is also, it's a pamphlet of information for the person you give it to. It is a necklace or a bracelet. I think these have necklaces in there. Where I hand make these things, okay, y'all? I hand stamp the word embrace. So, and it's a t-shirt with the word embrace on there. It does not say what it is because this is for the person who you give it to. When they need to encourage themselves and they need to walk and embrace themselves, they're going to wear their shirt, they're going to wear their necklace so that they can encourage themselves. It's not for everybody else to know. And if they want to tell somebody what that means, that's up to them. But you have to give them that choice in order to share that personal information. And it comes in a bag because the goal, because I have a series that I'm actually making. God gave me a bunch of series, different collections. Is put in a bag because once they're done with it, they are to put it back in there. And they can put it in their drawer, in their chest, whatever they want to put it. So when they need it again, then they got it. And the key is to have different ones doing, having different lessons and different supports so that they'll have a drawer for a self-help tool. That's a toolkit. We try to build a toolkit for them. Did you get the paper that came with it? So it's in the upper. On the website? Okay. Yay! I'm glad one of the youth got it. Oh, wait a minute. Who? Yes, they're for sale. Yeah. I'm giving 20% off today for the conference. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's a blessing. That is a blessing. Absolutely. It is. When I'm telling you, when you're obedient, that's why I just relate to everything everybody was saying, because when you're obedient and you do what God tells you to do, it is going to help the masses in ways that you don't even understand. The first people because I actually had to ask my daughter permission if I can sell it, because I was telling people about it. And this was personal that I made for her. And she was like, yeah, sure, that's okay. But the first people I sold it to was actually adults. They were moms. It was for an event. They were moms who had lost their children due to gun violence. And they found it so helpful to help them channel themselves and their emotions and trying to identify their emotions and stop pushing their emotions down, that they found it really helpful. So the first ones was adults, so. Yeah, look in the upper right-hand corner. It's mostly larges, and then extra large at the top, and then one small. So take a picture. So I'm gonna go ahead and continue really quick. Hopefully my message, I'm gonna let God just move wherever I need to move with this message. But first, so funny. So I have to tell you a story really quick. I have a question. Has anybody ever bought something off of like TikTok or Temu? I was gonna say Temu. And you get it and you like, what? Like, or you get a shirt and you get it and it's actually like Barbie shirt, something like that. Right? So I'm gonna tell you a story real quick. So I was on good old TikTok, and I was looking at TikTok, and I'm looking at all these little videos and everything like the kids do, looking at all these different products and everything, and I stopped and I saw this one they was doing about this brush that was like supposed to be like the miracle brush. And it was like people was combing their hair like the thickest hair and the most coarse hair and the most curly. They like combing through all these different people's hair and like, oh, this is great. And look, they usually don't go through, but now, look at that, it's going through. So I'm like, okay. I was like, okay, because I have a daughter who got long curly hair. So my 4-year-old got long curly hair, and it takes a lot to do her hair because her hair just coils right up. It's beautiful. So it is beautiful, but it's a lot of work. Like my oldest, 19, it used to take me all day Sunday after church to do her hair like 8 hours. That was a job. And she had a full head, still got a full head of natural hair. But anyway, so I saw this brush, and so I was like, okay, you know what? Let me go ahead and buy it. Let me see. Let me put it to the test and see, if it really worked. So I went in, I ordered it. I went on TikTok store, which I didn't even know was a real thing, a TikTok store. So I bought it from a TikTok store, and I'm waiting, and I get it, and I open it up, and I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what's this? What is that? Hello. I'm like, the bristles was like real dainty, I was like, this stuff is not about to get through that hair. I said, there's no way in the world is this gonna get this hair. I was so excited to get this brush just to look at it and pull it out the packaging like, this ain't gonna work. Like, what in the world? But I was like, okay, I bought it. So I'm gonna go ahead and use it. So I went on and I video recorded. I didn't put that up there, but I video recorded because I'm like, I'm gonna record like everybody else is. I could prove and see if this really works. So I put it in her hair and it didn't go through. And I was like, man. But the good thing was that she didn't scream like she normally would initially. I was like, okay, let me try it again. So I put it through again, and she didn't scream, but it did not go straight through. And I was like, you know what? I was so disappointed because when you get something in a package, and it's not what you expected, you are disappointed. Because when you expect something one way and you get something different, that changes your whole mood. That changes your whole situation because you're like, what am I gonna do with this now? So now you gotta pivot. That's my stepmom's word. That was our word for last year, pivot. You gotta learn how to pivot. When things go wrong, things ain't what you expect, you gotta pivot, try to figure out another way to handle that situation. But so when I got the brush and I was like, man, this is not what it is. I had to learn how to use it in a way that it wasn't intended. Like, I put it back in my daughter's hair, and it did brush, but it wasn't what it was. And I'm not going to say no names, but if you come across the unbrush, don't buy it. Don't buy it, because it's not what it's saying. But it's disappointing. And how many of us have ever been in that situation where we expected something in a package a certain way, and it didn't happen that way? It could be, in any situation. I keep trying to change it with my thing. Things are not always what they seem. So today I'm going to talk about this, okay? I want to begin by addressing that elephant in the room that we've been talking about all day, which is the word crazy. And one of the young ladies has said, crazy has been, how often, because somebody use it today, how often do we use that word just so loosely? We use it so loosely, just like I love you. Right, I got you, didn't I? We use crazy so loose that it lost its real definition and understanding, right? Because when you say the word crazy, you have an intention in mind of what that means. Now, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't call a mild drizzle a hurricane. You know what I'm saying? But we use these words sometimes without even thinking. We just say, because we add our own definition as a society to these words to dummy down what that means. We start normalizing these things. So when you say, oh, girl, you crazy. How many times you said that to your girlfriends? I think I told her that yesterday. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how do you, but you're not meaning it to say what it actually means. But when you sit back and think about what you're saying, like they said earlier, words are powerful. What you put out there in the universe will come to be. So you got to be careful with what you say and who you say it to, because you can't be calling your kids crazy and then they act up and then you wondering what's wrong with them, but you put it in their spirit. You know what I'm saying? You spoke it. You put it in their spirit. Can I get some water? So, have you ever put on your best face? Walk out smiling and grinning. Look, your lipstick are popping. You got your sway going. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry, when I talk a lot, my throat gets dry. But you have been, sorry, I got to move back down. So you're walking around, you got the lipstick popping, and your sway going because you know you look good. But what people don't know is that on the inside, you're crying. Really, on the inside, you have been suffering for so long that you are just numb. You have tried all you could. You stay prayed up, like you all were saying earlier, but you just can't seem to get yourself to be in a consistent, happy state, no matter what you do. So you cry, you wipe your tears, you put your best face on, you walk out the door. And you smile until you get back home or you get back into a place where you can't hold it no more, and you have that real snot out cry. Because you put your best mask on because you don't want people to know and see the hurt that you have been experiencing every day. Does that make you crazy? No. You just got into an argument with your significant other, your child, you lost your job that morning, but you have to keep your best face on because if you don't, the other's going to see the sadness within. Or what about when enough is enough and you start snapping on everybody left and right? Because you can't control these various ranges of emotions that happen to you because you don't understand them. Therefore, you can't even say what it is. So when somebody come to you, you like, get up out my face. Stop talking to me. But you don't know why. Everything is happening because you get overwhelmed. You get overwhelmed and you sit and you cry because that's all you can do. And I'm sorry. I've been there. I've been there, done that many times in my life. And I know I've had all of these emotions in a moment. But see, people see the outside of me and say, girl, you got everything together. You have a beautiful family, you travel, you know, you have your own business, you're running a nonprofit. But I am very transparent in saying that all of this didn't happen without a price. Come on. I was listening to the panel. I was listening to the panel and like literally in tears. Because at one moment in my life, I didn't know if I was going to be here tomorrow. Come on. Keep it real. I just didn't know. I didn't know in some days when things were happening if my child was going to be here because she was suffering emotionally. Yes. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know of my friend. I didn't know of my cousin, my uncle. Everybody goes through so much that we don't know what they're actually going through. And we use this word crazy so loose. So people start living a crazy life because we telling them that's what they are, right? See, I don't know at the time, I didn't know at the time that God had already planned my life for me. I didn't understand that. He already knew all the tears I was going to shed, the love hurts I was going to have, the identity erosion I would experience, the ADD I would struggle with, the insecure feelings I would have, and the recent death of my father way too soon. I knew that was going to get me. I was trying to get past that.
We're here for you. It's all right. We're here for you.
We're taking the crazy out of this thing.
I'm telling it all because it's real.
Yes.
Going through all of your challenges in life will make you feel some kind of way and make you think and do some wild things.
Yes.
Again, things are not always what they seem. Does that make you crazy? No, it doesn't. When you do things you say, you know, I wasn't in my, how many times do we do that? I wasn't in my right mind. I don't know what was happening. Like, you know, when your boyfriend cheat on you and you ride past his house a bunch of times trying to see if his car there, see if her car there, seeing it, you know, you do some crazy things for love because you hurt. And like the panel was saying, it's a lot more that go with that. Yeah. Because now you got to sit back and think about where did all that come from? Why am I behaving that way? Where am I acting that way? But you're not thinking about that in the moment. Yeah. You feel outside of yourself. Yes. You feel outside of, but does that make you crazy? So the Webster Dictionary definition of crazy is not mentally sound, marked by thought or action that lacks reason, insane, impractical, erratic, and unusual. Has this definition described anybody up in here? Because I know I have acted in this manner and many times. I admit, mess with my kid if you want to. Mess with my seed. And guess what? And guess what's going to happen? You're going to see the real definition of crazy. So we got to be careful with what we say to people in their face. Because when you call them crazy, I hope you better expect to see that. If you're not, you need to watch your words. Because if you don't, then they will become that. Does that make sense? That does. That makes sense. Okay. So I want to show you a few statistics real quick. A lot of interesting information here, but I'm going to point out two things really quick. And this is really poignant. More than half of adults with a mental illness do not receive treatment totally. 27 million adults. Stop. Come on now. Stop and think about that for a second. 27 million adults are not getting help for their mental instabilities, concerns, diagnosed illnesses. My Lord. Sit back and think about that for a second. Don't look at the person next to you, though. Because we all part of that 27 million. How many of us in here are actually getting the help that we need for what we need it for? As we up here talking. And I'm not talking about y'all, I'm talking about myself because, number one, I've been dealing with the grief of my father. Well, let me put it this way. I have not been dealing with the grief of my father passing. And I will not go and get help because I'm going to have to face those emotions that's about to come out now. And that is scary. Because when we actually deal with what's really going on, it is scary. Because then people are going to see behind our masks. We don't always intentionally do it, but we do it. And so we have to think about that. 27 million people are not receiving the help that they need. That's scary. That could be your boss, your neighbor, your children, the police officer that's going to pull you over because you didn't get your sticker renewed. I'm not talking about y'all, I'm talking about me. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of people. The other statistic, 60% of youth with major depression do not receive any mental health treatment. That's even more scary. Because one of the things, that means 1 in 3 are going without treatment. 1 in 3 children. So we got 4 kids sitting at that table. That means 1 of them at that table are not receiving treatment for something that they need treatment for. To put it in perspective. Does that make sense? Yes. That's a problem. Yeah. And like Miss O'Neill was saying, you know, in the schools, we have a serious problem. This is why I worked in the schools as a mental health professional. Yes. When I came down and I worked in the school system, came down and I keep thinking I'm in Illinois. Up there. I was scared because I was working with 6th graders and I did 26 suicide risk assessments in 1 year. Mind you, that was just how many I did. There was 9 of us mental health professionals in the building. Now that's a dream for most schools to have that many. So we were truly blessed to have that many people in the building that could help and support, but it was scary that I did 26 on 6th graders. They just left 5th grade. And you thinking in your head, why? Why? And just for many of those reasons that was mentioned on the panel, don't have the resources, don't have the money, may not have the job that provided, don't know that they can get free insurance. Some people really don't know and understand that they can get free resources. They don't know that. They do not know that. So consider this. When you look at the ocean from the shore, it might seem calm and serene, but beneath the surface, there's a complex world and constant emotion. This is much like human emotion and the mental state. We often see what's on the surface, right? We see what's on the surface, but sometimes it's a calm component. I say sometimes because it ain't always calm on top. Sometimes it's a calm, composed exterior, and sometimes it's erratic, uncontrollable behavior in the water. But just like the ocean, under that tranquil exterior can be currents of depression, anxiety, stress, and more. So when you talk to your neighbor, when you talk to a friend, when you talk to anybody that's going through something, and you see that they not moving in a direction that you seem is normal, something is moving underneath. It's kind of like that iceberg Miss O'Neill was talking about. Something stirring. Everything does not look the way it seems. So for myself, I relate this to myself because I have ADD, and I did not know it until I was in my doctorate program, y'all. Did y'all hear me say that? In my doctorate program. I took a class on ADD, and my professor was like, I was reading the book, and I told my professor, I said, why is this book my life? Like, it literally described everything that I had been struggling with as a child. But we just never knew what it was. We even got a family joke where we talk in a conversation, we forget what the whole conversation was about, and we just all start laughing and go on to something else. Yeah. ADD is hereditary. Yes. Come to find out, we all got it. Yeah. But still, I didn't know that until I read it in the book. And it felt so good, first of all, not to be called crazy, but to see that there was a word and a definition to what I was going through, because I had no idea. I'm in my doctorate program. Come on. My professor was like, well, why don't you go get assessed? I got assessed. It was 99.9%. Wow. And that's what happens when you were talking about your daughters. That's what happens with girls. Because ADHD is more so, boys are diagnosed with that because they're more active. Yeah. You see it. Yeah. We're a tangible society. Yeah. What's truth is what we see. Yes. But with girls, we're quiet. We sit back. Even though we can still be kind of active a little bit, but not as active as the boys are. Yes. But we're active mentally. We're active mentally, which means we can't focus and pay attention in class, and we're looking at the teacher, but we're not hearing what the teacher say. I get in conversations sometimes, and they be talking, I be like, what you say? Can you say that one more time? Because I didn't even hear what you said. Because I'm already processing something in my head. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait a minute, slow down, pull back. Okay, let me listen with intent right now, but girls do not get diagnosed early on because it feels as though, well, they're okay. I didn't get my first A until I was in college. A C was an A to me growing up because I had to work so hard just to get a C. Even though like the kids on the table, like, yes. Even though I tried to explain that I'm doing the best I can, I am reading, I am doing this, I am doing that. We adults now, we didn't believe the kids. Adults didn't believe me. They were like, I need you to study some more. I need you to read some more. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. And no matter what I did, I just wasn't good enough. Yeah. And so with ADD, comorbid is depression and anxiety. Yeah. Because you get anxiety because you can never fulfill everything that you intend to fulfill because you got so much racing in your head. But are you crazy? So I struggled in school and appeared not to do what I was supposed to do. I've cried so many tears at that point because people didn't know the torment. And I'm not saying the struggle. The torment that I was going through on the inside just to do the bare minimum the bare minimum of what was being asked of me. That was what hurt me the most, because I'm trying so much and so hard to do things, and I just couldn't help people understand. It trickled, yes. And as an adult, and that's the thing with adults with ADD, many adults do not even know they have it. When you have ADD, and I didn't even plan on talking about this, but this is what the Spirit is telling me to go. Adults with ADD, and so let me start right here first, because we talked about this earlier. With children with ADD and ADHD, what we have to be mindful of is, first of all, stop speaking that all the time. Because with this computer generation coming up, everything is not ADD, ADHD. Some of it is learned behavior. Because they're living in a society of immediate gratification. I was laughing because somebody said this earlier about the kids getting something at school or whatever, the lunch they get at school. Yeah, but let me one up you on that one. My daughter used to order from high school, DoorDash to school. Outback, Red Lobster. Stop playing. My daughter love her some food. But we never got that. We had the cafeteria pizza that we used to fight over. We used to leave our lunch at home on purpose on pizza day because we wanted that pizza. You're not. Oh, Apple Pay. Oh yes. Girl, look. It's something. So, but with ADD, with adults with ADD, we have to be mindful because these are things that we might have struggled with our whole life and hadn't even really realized it. Focus attention, not able to complete tasks. You know what I'm saying? Not able to express what is in your head on paper. That's one thing that I struggle with so much. And it was so funny because at my job, I know I got on my coworkers' nerve, but it was so hard for me because I come up here and I just speak sometimes. You know, when I do presentations and workshops, I just speak. I make little bullets and then I just speak. But when you're working with a team, you have to be able to create a backup. So if you can't be there, something happens, you get a flat tire, and the show still must go on, they need to know what you was going to talk about so they can fill in for you. So it was so hard for me to get what was up here on paper. It's always been that way for me. Reading. I have to read things 3 times. I'm 48 years old, and I ain't ashamed to say it. I have to read things 3 times for it to be retained in my brain sometimes. The first time is just words. The second time is like, oh, these words have meaning. And then the third time, my brain is putting 2 and 2 together like, okay, let's process this because this is good. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and I'm not ashamed to say it because the other part of this is ADD and ADHD is not a death sentence. It is not a negative thing. I am hired to do things that other people cannot do because when God is working with my brain along with the ADD chemical imbalance, I create things that the average person do not know and cannot even process in their mind that could even be possible or happen. So you get paid to do something somebody else can't do with your ADD brain. Make sense? Okay, let me get back on track. Okay, so, oh my gosh, wait a minute, I messed up now. Wait a minute, go back. I gotta go back. Oh, my family tale. Okay, so now I have to go into my family tale. Now I got to tell on my family. So I did call and ask permission to tell this story because it's my family member story, but it's us together. My journey of understanding that crazy is not just crazy started with a family member when I was in high school. Don't judge me. I had a cousin growing up, right? She was so annoying. And as a cousin, you know, what do? We beat her up, right? because she was so annoying. She was like that cousin. You ever had that family member that just get on your nerves? You know, like, I know I ain't the only one. Stop tripping. I ain't the only one. She would get on everybody's nerves. She was out talking back, talking smack, doing that. You know, we were like, shut up. Like, you know, what is wrong with you? You know, and of course, as kids, we would call her what? Because that's what our definition is, because it was used so loosely. I mean, we would push her around and do all the mean things cousins would do, you know, of course. But we were a close family. It's 21 of us first cousins. And we saw each other. Yes, Lord. 21 of us first cousins. We were very close. We did not live far from each other at all. We saw each other all the time. My auntie nodding her head because she know how we roll. And the relationship we had, well, the relationship I had with my cousin was what I would say would be strenuous, because, you know, she was always getting on our nerves. Nobody really wanted to be around her as a kid sometimes. Though it was a strenuous relationship, there were some things that I had learned. And what I labeled as, and I use these for different components, even when I'm coaching. There are the 3 foundational pillars that I had learned and I put into words. And these foundational pillars are reflect, respect, and reset. Okay? So we're going to talk about reflect really quick. When I was in high school and I took the Psychology 101 class, I had learned, which was so interesting in me, that as a human being, we are not always in control of what we think and do. I was like, say that again. There's a chemical imbalance, which someone mentioned earlier. There's a chemical imbalance that happens that is completely out of our control. We don't have any control of that. So I had to stop. When I learned that, I literally stopped. Now, I'm a reflective person because God gave me that skill. Not everybody got that skill. So I had to sit back and reflect on the experience I had had with my cousin from a different lens. Now, I had a prop, y'all, that I wanted to do. It was going to be so cool. I was going to get them glasses with the, you know, the magnetic lens that you could put on. It was going to be so dramatic. I had it all planned out, but they didn't come in time. But when you take off one pair of glasses, just imagine I'm taking off one pair of glasses. When you take off one pair of glasses and you put on another, that provides you with clarity and more understanding, so you begin to see things different. Yes. So I had took that class, so I started to see things different. I began to research and truly understand what was going on with my cousin, because now that I realized that the things that she was doing was not necessarily out of her control, and that she wasn't purposefully trying to hurt me or other people, I was like, something else is going on. There's a chemical imbalance in her brain that she's not in control of. Let me look into that a little bit more. And these are the things that causes mental illness. Now, mental illness is an actual diagnosis of something that has been identified that is going, that in the different way that you're thinking or feeling based off of, you know, a professional assessment. The body's natural makeup is constructed in a different way, which causes different chemicals in the brain to be released or not released. Does that make sense? So this is what causes mental illnesses. So I'm sitting here like, man, this is so interesting. So my teacher's telling me all this, and I'm like, look, this is the first time I'm like in class, like, because the thing about an ADD brain is when you hear something that you're interested in, now you're gonna focus, you know, and then you're gonna hyper focus. How many times have we made an assumption about someone just to figure out that it was not exactly what we thought they were? And the only thing we can do is say, oh, my bad, right? We can't say nothing else. We just be like, oh, well, I thought you was, you know, just like a mean person just in general because your face, you just had that itch face all the time. So, you know, I just assumed that that's how you was, your personality. But before you attack and say this person is crazy, you have to step back and examine if there's a possibility, and we talked about this earlier, that there is more to what you can see and know. We already talked about that there's so many things that can be going on underneath the surface that you don't even know about. You have to think about, is this a behavior that happens over and over again? Does this person seem aware of what they're doing? Because some people are absolutely oblivious to what they're doing. They really, truly do not know. that what they're doing and saying is not considered societal ways, societal rules, as normal. You see, mental distress or illness makes a person unaware of what they're doing. Did y'all hear what I said? Yes. It makes people unaware sometimes. Sometimes. I ain't gonna let them off the hook all the way, but sometimes. So when I reflected on my cousin and I noticed patterns of behavior that she had, it was so funny too, because she loved and took care of kids and animals, but she completely disrespected authority. Except, you know, I think it was like certain aunts and uncles that you know, she because she liked them. But it was really weird because I'm like, now she, you know, we all go at it, but then, you know, she babysitting or she got a cat or a dog and ain't no problem. You don't hear nothing. Like, she completely different person. And I asked her one day, I said, well, why don't you respect adults? And one day she so simply said, because they don't understand. Simply said. Because it was that simple. Think about that for a minute. They don't understand. How many times have you felt misunderstood in different aspects and times in your life because you have done or said something out of character, but yet you call others crazy when at times you behave the same way? Right? When really you just feel misunderstood. There is a difference there. Now, after I reflected back on all the times, you know, that I spent with my wonderful cousin, I had to do something, which was probably the hardest thing. I had to step back and reflect on who she was at the time, since I have a new understanding of where she is and how she functions. So now I had to check myself. So, in other words, who is she under this new lens, and how do I now want to respond, not to react to her? Does that make sense? It does. Because when we react and not respond, you get a different result. True. Because responding is intentional. So true. And reacting is spontaneous. And it can get you in trouble. Yeah. We know that, right? Yeah. So this leads me to the next pillar, which is respect. Respect, because I had to learn to respect my cousin where she was. Stop trying to put her in my basket and where I was and what my understanding was, because it wasn't going to work. When you put people in your space, in your mind, with your personality, with your actions, you get disappointed because it's not going to be what you thought it was, because they're not you. It don't make them crazy. No, it doesn't. So now I have to look at her and look at myself and seek to truly understand her and where she is. Because a lot of times a person's perception of what the world is in that moment is their reality. And somebody mentioned that earlier. Just because you call them crazy doesn't mean that everything is what it thinks. True. What do I mean by that? I'm glad you asked. I'll let you know. Stop calling people crazy because you don't understand. Yeah. We tend to be afraid of the things that we don't understand and don't fit in our mold. Stop doing it. How often do you feel misunderstood? If somebody calls you crazy every time you did something out of the ordinary, you know, you be upset. You be like, no, I am not crazy. You can't call me crazy. I know what I'm talking about because so-and-so, you cannot call me crazy because what I'm saying makes sense. But in your reality. Come on. And think about that person that you call crazy, because that crazy is their reality. Yes. So for them, that's normal. Normal does not mean behaving the way I do. There is a baseline to every human being. So if they're behaving out of sorts, that might be their baseline. Yes. That doesn't make them crazy. No. A person that suffers from mental distress is living their reality. Take the time to research what could be really going on with them and come from a place of compassion, yes, not anger or hurt. Because you don't want to have to go back and say, I'm sorry. Yeah. My bad. Not a bad thing to do once you realize, like I had to do. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. People who struggle with poor mental health, they will hurt you and they will upset you. They will disappoint you, and they will look at you like you the one crazy. But it's all about how you choose to respond and not react. How can you get them to help? Or how can you help them? Sometimes it's just it's simple, as I said with my cousin, that's sitting down and listening. Like literally, that's all I did. That's literally all I did, was start listening.
It's major.
To look at it in a different way for a moment, how do you know your spiritual assignment is not directly related to that person? God uses situations and people to mold and groom you. He might be teaching you patience and understanding. He might be bringing something to your consciousness so that he can use it through you later. How do you know? A lot of things that I went through in my life, what I realized later on, because I literally had to get on my knees to God and say, God, why? Why did you put me through this situation? I would not be standing up here with you today if I didn't go through that. I had learned so much about myself through my trauma that I would not change it for the world at this point. I learned so much. I learned about who I was. I went through a lot of different things, hurts, pains, misunderstanding, suicidal ideation. I went through it all. But if I did not go through that and get on my knees and ask God, why am I here? What am I doing? Because he clearly said to me, when I asked why, he was like, I didn't put you in that situation. You did. So what I had to understand and learn is that I was living the consequences of my choices. And that's what we don't want to do. We don't want to live the consequences of your choices. You want God and Jesus to take it all away. Because Jesus died for your sins, right? But that don't mean that you're not going to go through your own. So he can do work through you. Sometimes blessings or assignments that come to you is masked as defeat, as hurt, as depression, as anxiety, and even ADD, like I said. It is not going to be full blown in your face. Trust me, I know, because I asked him. I asked him, I said, God, come on now. You know your daughter don't know how to read between the lines. Like, I need you to just tell me. Just tell me. You know I don't know what that means. I can't read between the lines. Talk to me. Say something. Give me a sign, But he also, sometimes he's just quiet. And that's even more scarier. But that means that he's still working. He ain't got nothing to say right now. You got to be obedient to what he told you to do in the first place. And if it means dealing with the person that you don't want to deal with because you thought they was something that they didn't turn out to be, and now you want to leave. Something caught my attention in the panel, and I told my friend this. It's something I can't remember. The young lady has said. She had said in the marriages, why the marriages, it was more divorce rate. And she said, because you said something about trying. What did I say? She said they'll try to do something. She said something about them trying. And I just looked at my friend, I was like, that's so interesting, because for an older generation thinking of marriage, there wasn't no, I'm going to try and see if this works in a year or two. It was none of that. But now it's like it's so much of a choice now. It's like, oh, I'm going to get married, and if I don't like it, I'm just going to get divorced and go find my next husband. Back in the day, it was so different. But this is where we are. Does that make that generation crazy? No. It doesn't. It makes them different because they're exposed to a lot more things than we were exposed to when we were younger. They have a lot more pressures with social media and who they should be and who they shouldn't be and all these other things that it clouds their brain sometimes. I really believe that. I had to tell my daughter growing up, just because it's on the internet don't mean real. I'm sorry. The Kardashians ain't real. I'm sorry. Like that whole life right there ain't real. I'm sorry. Like, don't think that's what's going to happen, because it's not. I don't care if you move to L.A. and everything, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. And I'm very honest and upfront with my daughter. I don't sugarcoat. I don't do any of that. Because when you do that is when you get them clouded and confused and they really don't understand the real deal of what's going on. But let me ask you a question. Things are not always what they seem. What did Jesus look like to everybody who didn't know him? Think about that. What did he look like to people? He looked like a regular old man, regular old carpenter. Some people probably thought he was homeless or something. He was kind of, because he was nomadic, because he went from place to house to house, place to place, sleeping in caves, you know what I'm saying, going on the mountaintops, you know. He was everywhere, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? He was everywhere. But for people who didn't know him, they didn't know him for who he really was. And so they treated him as such. That is one of the biggest lessons that I can say, is that don't assume somebody's who you think they are, because you never know who they really are. And I know a lot of people, a lot of elders grow up telling people you respect everyone because you don't never know who you're talking to. There have been so many times, so many like TV shows and stuff where the undercover boss and you got the CEO and $1 million, billionaires and stuff like that, and going into their businesses and things like that and seeing for the first time what it's really like to be a middle class, lower class employee, and how that dollar don't work, and how they need more money. Things are not always what they seem. So they sit up at the top and they calculate their money and how much they can make and what they need to do and how many more employees they need to hire, but not realizing that there is a soul behind each employee. Now, we're not, I'm not going to talk about too much, religion, but we're discussing how spirituality or a higher belief system often plays a role in understanding and coping with mental health issues. Like, I think it was Lil Lydia who said, you can pray all day, but if you're supposed to have that mental illness, it ain't going nowhere. Because there is a reason and a purpose. And what I learned how to do, reflecting in my life, I'm that person. I will stop and reflect. When I'm in a situation that I'm not comfortable in, or I'm mad, I'm sad, I'm upset, I know I'm getting on my husband's nerves because I come home every day complaining about different stuff, but I stop and I reflect and I pray. And I'll go, okay, God, so what is the lesson behind it? Okay, come on, bring it to me. Because I need to know, because I'm struggling to survive in this situation right now. I need you to tell me what is the lesson. And clearly, God told me time. Because he remembered that I had prayed for time. And an increase in income. I got them both. Now, he didn't say it was going to come easy. He don't never say it's going to come easy. But what they say, it come right on time. And you got to keep that in mind. Last pillar is reset. With my cousin, I literally had to start listening to her. And she told me how much she just appreciated someone listening to her who actually wanted to know her story. I couldn't solve her problem at the time, but I let her know that someone was here to listen and help as I could. So she knew that as a family member, that she could call me and contact me. Don't mean I agree with everything, but that just meant that she had some place that she can go and talk to, and I wasn't going to go and tell everybody else. Because she needed to talk. She needed to get it out because nobody else really understood. And my aunt actually would tell me, she's like, you know what? I just really appreciate you talking to her. Because she always felt alone. And that hit me because I was like, you never want to make someone feel that way. Even though you were a kid, it's just, as an adult, it's like, man, wow. Like you were a part of someone feeling unwanted. Unneeded. That's why you always got to be mindful about who you talk to and how you talk to them. I had to rethink how and who I wanted to be. How did I want to repair this relationship? I set that reset button. I decided to stop thinking she was crazy and see with my other lenses that she needed help and most of all, to be understood. We have to go back and look at things from a different perspective. Then we can really help those who struggle. Stop thinking it with one lens, one-minded. Because always a whole lot more, a whole lot of complex things that comes with that person. Don't get mad at your husband when he says something out of pocket. Don't call him crazy, because the answer, well, if he actually act crazy, then you're going to wish you didn't say that. Stop to seek and understand there's something going on. Is he having stresses at work? Did something happen that he's not talking about? Don't call him crazy. Let's take a closer look at some public figures who've battled mental health issues. Serena Williams, one of the greatest athletes of all time, who openly struggled with depression, openly struggled with postpartum depression. Her experience highlights the mental health issues can affect anyone regardless of their success or physical prowess, just like Simone Biles. When I tell you I love that her Gen Z millennial self, I don't know what year she was born. Matter of fact, it ends, I think it was like 1996. 1996 ended Gen Z. But she is such a wonderful role model because she had experienced trauma and she knew when to stop. She didn't let nothing make her keep going and tear herself down from the inside, because a lot of things that happen with us and we do and we need to deal with starts from the inside. It ain't all about the outside. It starts from the inside out, because what you have on the inside, it will automatically show on the outside. Look at J.K. Rowling, who channeled her battle with depression into the creation of the Dementors in Harry Potter. Did you all know that? J.K. Rowling. The creatures that suck all the light and happiness out of the air from around them was a poignant metaphor for her own experience. She created these characters of what she was going through emotionally. And the one way she could do it was to create these characters. Look at Lord have mercy, Robin Williams. Funniest man, one of the funniest comedians that I knew growing up. When he died and committed suicide, that stunted me because he was always laughing and making other people happy. Never knew that he was silently suffering the way that he did, to the point that made him commit suicide. You got to be careful with what you say and call people, because you calling somebody crazy, you don't know how they're going to take that and receive that. You don't know what that's going to cause them and have them do. So be mindful of your words. It's human nature to rely on first impressions, but these impressions are often based on incomplete information. For instance, we might see someone as lazy or unmotivated, not knowing that they are actually battling a debilitating mental health condition. Or we might admire someone's outgoing personality, not realizing that their extroversion is a mask for insecurities or a coping mechanism for depression. These misconceptions can lead to stigma and misunderstanding, which only isolates those who are struggling and makes it harder for them to seek and ask for help. Because if they come to you and they say something smart, they crack a joke or they do something, and you be like, you so crazy. You so crazy. Because now you use the word crazy, and they're like, okay, well, crazy me. So do they really think I'm crazy? Do they see behind my mask? Do I need to do something else? Do I need to be someone else? You don't know how that manifests with someone. As for my cousin, she was diagnosed with ADHD and bipolar. See, something else was going on. Everything did not seem the way we thought. Now, when she speaks to me, I don't look at crazy as I once did. I now see someone struggling to live moment to moment, cope with life, and maintain her sanity. I feel more compassion for what she is going through. And as a professional, I'm able to support and provide her with helpful information and resources to assist with enhancing her quality of life. Because that is what we all want, is to enhance and better our quality in life. Why should we put the term crazy on somebody who's just trying to do the same thing we trying to do? So really quick, I'm going to go really quick. I'm going to explain bipolar for those who don't know. Bipolar disorder is a mental disorder, is a mental health condition characterized, and I'm reading this because I want you to know the real definition, by extreme mood swings that fluctuate between periods of mania or hypomania and depression. Imagine that. We all got mood swings already. Imagine that fluctuation in a cycle constantly. We all go through mood swings, but how does that differ from someone with bipolar? So You got your child or your son or your husband or your co-workers having all these mood swings. If you find yourself saying they going through mood swings, you need to stop and pause and reflect, respect, and figure out how you need to reset that button to respect them and help them for what they truly need. These mood swings can be significant and impact various aspects of a person's life. Work, relationships, and daily functioning. That is the difference between the average person that has mood swings and the person that has bipolar. It affects their functioning. They can't get up. They can't go to work. They can't be stable. Understanding the differences in how individuals with bipolar navigate situations compared to responses of an average person can provide insight into the unique challenges faced by those living with this condition. It is a condition, okay? Many people with bipolar typically include manic episodes, which I mentioned before, which includes experience heightened energy levels, euphoria, impulsivity, and grandiosity. So which means they'll be going out, they'll walk down the street, walk 50 miles because they feel like they can do it. Not the reality that it's snowing outside and they ain't got no shoes on. They don't even think about that. They're impulsive, they just go. You see somebody act like that or do things like that, and you're like, what's wrong with you? Yes, something is wrong. And by you staying there and calling them crazy is not going to help. So you have to stop and reflect and think back on what can I do. They also have depressive episodes, which is sadness, hopelessness, and low self-esteem. I suffer from some of those things. But what's different from me and a person with bipolar is that I utilize my tools. I'm able to recognize that I need these tools right now in the moment. A person with bipolar do not. They take their medication and they feel bad and they're like, oh, I don't need this. I don't need this. I feel good. I feel good until it all crumbles down again. So be mindful of patterns of behavior that people display because something could actually be going on. Situations that are different, managing stress at work, I kind of mentioned that at work. Before, they won't be able to manage stress at work. They just can't do it. They're going to walk out the door. Whereas us, we're going to talk under our breath, go in our cubicle and be like, get on my doggone nerves. I'm going to quit. I'm out of here. I'm quitting tomorrow, after I get over all this. Handling finances. Person with bipolar are not able to handle finances because they can't sit down and process out step by step what needs to be done. Okay? Sleep habits. If they're in a manic state, they don't need any sleep. They could be up for days. And do you know what happens to you when you're up for so long? You get delirious. You get delirious. And so then that causes a domino effect. And then also seeking mental health support. Many times they don't know that they need mental health support. So last but not least, let's take the crazy out of mental health. I have an acronym for crazy. Let's stop the criticism and eliminate harsh judgment of mental health conditions. Let's stop ridicule and avoid mocking or making light of mental health struggles. Let's stop assumptions by assuming what people with mental health issues can or cannot do. Let's stop the zero tolerance. Be more understanding and compassionate of people who are discriminated against. And let's stop the yokes, remove the burdens of stigma and societal pressure that can worsen mental health issues. Let's stop and take the crazy out of mental health. This is my contact information. I have a QR code here. If you have a chance, can you just scan the QR code and let me know what you thought about the presentation? The QR code on that card is for the book, Mommy, Do You Come Back From Heaven? It's sold on Amazon, so I put the QR code on the back of that card. I gave everyone a card for that. But that's it, and thank you for your time.
Awesome. Let's give her another hand. Everybody, let's give her another hand, please. All the way from Illinois. Yes. Please visit her table. She will be able to explain all of the wonderful items that she has for sale. We have some books over here. I have a book, Anointed But Sick. It is actually a book of several individuals, women who have experienced depression, anxiety, all kinds of illnesses and sicknesses, and they were leaders. So they couldn't take a break. They couldn't stop. They couldn't, sit down. They had to keep going, and they shared their testimony on how they made it through with the power of God and also with some help. So these are $25 for those of you that are interested in hearing these stories. That would be great. We have some T-shirts over here and some other books over here as well. I want to do another raffle. We have a few more things to raffle off. So have your tickets ready real quick. All right. I don't have, what is that? We need some glasses up here. We both trying to see. Come here. Read the last. Okay, read the last four.
1596.
Who was that? Woo! Woo! All right, come up here and grab a bag. We have these bags up here. Let's go one more time. Let's see who else. That's the one. That was the orange.
1594.
Woo! Oh, he does it. He said it every time. Who has 1594? All right, we're going to pick again. Let's go. All right.
1604.
1604. All right. Yes, grab one of these bags from the table over here. All right. What is this?
1598.
Yes, finally.
Okay, all right, woo! He finally got one. Well, these are girls' glasses. You can get one of those. Those are some. But I'll give you this book too. Me and my father, my late father, wrote this book together. Wow. Yes. And so this is an amazing, amazing book about the end time. My father had a prophetic dream and vision from the Lord back in 1967 that when Russia would invade Ukraine, the end time was going to begin. And he passed away right before Russia invaded Ukraine. And so it was in 2021 when he passed away. And so this book right here is full of some amazing information. Oh, so that's meant to be. You're gonna love it. So thank you so much for coming.
It's my pleasure.
Oh yeah, the bow. No, she's laughing at your you got I said the bow. All right, come here. Can you read? Read the last four.
1580.
1580. All right, keep going. The last four.
1597.
Woo! 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 Babe, don't go far. I need you. My husband. All right. Who we got? Oh. So you can pick one of these bags. Congratulations. And I think I want to give you a book. Get a book too. The Anointed But Sick. I feel led. Yeah. All right. So what we got? What number is this? Your turn.
1603.
1603. Prophet Dion? Hey! Whoop, whoop, whoop. What we got? Come on down. Well, well, we're going to give you something anyway. We're going to give you something anyway. This is my book, Anointed but Sick, and it's an anthology of all kinds of stuff. Yeah. You welcome. So, Lolita, you get one of those. You get one of those. All right, let's see who we got left.
1587.
No.
1587. Woo! Grab a bag. Get one of those bags. Okay, who's next?
Come on.
Last four.
1586.
Who got it? Woo! All right, get a bag. Yes.
Come on, guys.
This is so fun. I know. Okay, what's the last four?
1581.
Woo! Awesome. Okay, come get one of these bags. Congratulations. What we have?
1580. Again.
All right. Woo! You can pick one of those bags. Wait a minute. You got two bags? No, that's somebody else's bag. Go ahead.
Oh, God.
Who's next?
She just read.
Oh, here.
1582.
1582.
Wait, do you put yours?
1582. All right.
Did I 1582?
Nobody got 1582?
Please be my number. Please be my number.
Oh, she gone.
God, come on, God. Oh. 1589.
1589. Woo! I think I want to give you a shirt. Oh, but you got to come up here. Oh, you okay? Well, put the bag back. I'm gonna give it a shirt. Yes.
Mother of God.
Yes. Woman on fire.
1582.
Did we just have that? 1582. He said we called it 7 times.
Get it right now.
Here.
1592.
That's the same number. We just said that.
I can't see.
What does it say? I thought we just called it. Did we put them on? Like both sides?
I think you did when we used to.
Uh-oh, I think we put both sides in here. We didn't?